Thank you very much. We are back live after having closed the meeting for a short while to discuss an issue. Yuri, I think you had a question.
Так, в мене було запитання пов'язане з
Yes, I had a question related to the use of firearms by Roman on the 14th of February 2024 in Kharkiv. Could you please give us the details of the circumstances? What was the reason of using firearms? What were the consequences? And what damage was registered? Could you please describe the situation? In February 2024, I was seconded to Kharkiv city due to the operational activities, and it was a bribery case, bribing the state tax office. During these activities, I was entitled to do search activities of their car, in which allegedly a part of this bribe was present. This money were exchanged for other monetary banknotes in order to hire the fact of bribe. My colleague and other witness have arrived to the location of this vehicle. We used the service car of the National Bureau. The car that was intended for search was blocked by the service car. We did it for prevent the car from fleeing the spot. After that, I, my colleague, and a witness approached the car. It was Nissan Sport. I knocked at the window, showed my ID. The driver also introduced himself. We informed him that the search activities are planned inside his car. We have informed that we had information that inside the car there was the illegal benefit subject, and we explained all these facts to the driver of the car. We suggested the driver to call a lawyer if needed for him to arrive at the scene in order to ensure the compliance with the rights. Sorry for stopping you. So it means that the driver knew that you are the representative of a law enforcement agency. You have disclosed your identity. You have showed a document. Is that correct? Yes, I did. I also introduced my colleague. He also showed his ID. And during all this time, we recorded the search activities and the process itself. We have all facts recorded. And at the moment when the driver committed activities and you were forced to use firearms, did you tell him that you would use these firearms? Yes, we did. And my colleague also did. And it is all recorded. You can clearly see and hear this on the recorded. It's a part of criminal investigation related to bodily harm to the law enforcement officer. What damage did you do by using firearms? Where did you target it with a firearm? I made one shot in order to stop the vehicle, and it was enough to consider the I actually targeted the front wheel. So it was the front left wheel. So the only damage was the damage to property. and because you did it, the vehicle stopped. Did you report to your supervisor about using the firearms? Yes, I did. After that, I reported over the phone to my supervisor. When did it happen?
Ні, впродовж кількох хвилин буквально.
It happened within several minutes when I used my firearm. When situation stabilized and I could make several steps to the side, I took my phone. Maybe it took me 5 minutes to take my phone and call my supervisor.
Відповідно до вимог
According to requirements of the current legislation, the official investigation was conducted, and it was established as a result of this official investigation that it was a legal use of firearms. Okay, thank you. I have no more questions about this.
Thank you very much, Oleg.
Так, пане Романе, я хотів би
Mr. Roman,
продовжити
I would like to continue
питання, яке поставив
the questions asked by Mr. Yuri. Yes, overall, we got quite exhaustive explanations from you about this situation, about the use of firearms. But at the same time, for some reason, upon our request, we did not receive any supporting documents from you. Don't you have them? Or what is the reason why you did not provide them? With respect to supporting documents, the materials of the official check have the status for official use only. That's why I could not provide copies of this official investigation. To your address, I sent the copy of the notification on suspicion in which these circumstances of firearms use are established, which were established during the pretrial investigation about, relating to the infliction of light bodily harm to me and my colleague. And there you can see the description of all the facts established during the pretrial investigation. I don't know, maybe other colleagues had a chance to look through this document because I did not see it. Upon the request of the commission, together with my explanations, I provided the copy of this notification of suspicion, which I had at my disposal as the participant and affected person under this criminal proceeding. Okay, then we will check that. And we will look through that in more detail. Thank you.
So I have another question, not related to what we've just discussed.
Yeah, me too. So go first, Jim.
Okay. So, sir, when you were a prosecutor between 2008 and 2009 in Kremenchuk district, you received 2 plots of land totaling about 16 hectares. I guess they're only 1 plot of land. Is that true? You received them for free, I gather.
Не зовсім так.
Not really. First of all, that is Globen district, and the area of the land plot is 0.4 hectares and not 16. And I got them free of charge. That's true, in line with requirements of the legislation. As a citizen of Ukraine, yes, that's correct. With those corrections that I just voiced.
Okay. Did you have a relationship at all with the body that made that decision? Was there any kind of official relationship or a casual relationship?
Ну, власне, ні.
No, in fact, no. Back then, I was responsible for the direction of supervision over bodies that conduct pre-trial investigation and operational and investigative activities in this area. And I had no interaction with local self-governance bodies, and my official duties did not envision that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
I'd also
Yes.
like to ask a question on some other issue, which is the fact that you had an internship to become a lawyer while working for NABU. As you know, this has been discussed in many interviews similar to this one. Can you share with us how you look at this retroactively. Do you see that there was maybe a conflict of interest or a potential conflict of interest, a perceived conflict of interest between you working in NABU and you doing your internship to become a lawyer at the same time?
Ні, я не вбачаю жодного конфлікту
No, I
інтересів.
do not see any conflict of interest. I was completing internship with an attorney who did not represent interests under any proceeding that was investigated by the NABU. This attorney is dealing mostly with civil and family and other cases and not criminal cases. I was undergoing internship during free from work time, mostly with the use of computer equipment that is online. And actually, I informed my management about this internship in order to avoid any issues. So in this case, I see no conflicts of interest. After I obtained the attorney's license, I immediately suspended it as in line with the requirements of the legislation. So that's why I've never been the attorney and detective at the same time for any of the days.
Okay, we also noticed that the certificate that you receive has the same date as the certificate your wife received for this kind of jobs. How do you comment on this? Is it a coincidence? Did you do it together?
Ми одночасно
Yes, we at the same time decided to get the attorney's certificate. We completed internship with the same attorney who was determined by the Bar Council of Kyiv region as our head of internship, and we completed at the same time, so yes.
Thank you. No more questions on my side, Oleg.
Пане Романе, дозвольте декілька
Mr. Roman,
уточнень.
let me ask some follow-up questions about this topic. Can you please tell me, did you take the attorney's oath? Yes.
Добре.
Okay.
Ви є учасником багатьох
You are the
конкурсів,
participant of many
доводилося
competitions,
часто відповідати
and
на ці
quite
всі
often you
питання.
had to answer all of these
Скажіть, будь
questions.
ласка,
Tell me, please.
напевно, вам відома позиція
Probably you know the
Верховного
position,
суду
in particular that of the
про
Supreme Court,
дію
about two oaths at the same time. Yes, I know about that. I provided during other competitions, I've submitted the case law about this situation, that there are conclusions about the fact that there is a contradiction between the prosecutors and judges' oaths. At the same time, there is the conclusion that there are no contradictions between civil service and the attorney's oath.
Складання присяги адвоката. Тому
So that's why those decisions of the Supreme Court that exist nowadays are about specific facts, specific correlation between the laws, in particular the law on the prosecutor's office and the law on the judiciary and the status of judges and the law on the bar. And I had the status of a civil servant as of the moment when I was undergoing internship with the attorney. And the Supreme Court has confirmed that such internship is not a violation of provisions of the law.
Тобто ви не вважали
So you didn't believe that it was the violation of the principle of incompatibility when you were under two oaths at the same time. Being under two oaths sounds weird, but that's a fact. The taking of the oath is set out by the procedure, by the law. And I see no contradictions there in between these two oaths. In fact, I've never sworn in any of my oaths to commit any unlawful actions or to take unlawful decisions.
Добре, дякую.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Dear colleagues, I hate to bring this to you, but we're running out of time. So unless we have more questions on this module of our interview, I suggest that we move to the next one. I don't see any raised hands. Therefore, yes, Donatas?
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to move to the second
Yes.
second part, but I just remember now that the second part starts with the introduction of
Exactly.
candidate. Sorry about that. Yeah.
So the second part starts with an introduction of the candidate of no more than 5 minutes. You present to us your vision about the Bureau of Economic Security if you become the head, and also any elements from your professional background that are important and that you see as important advantages in fostering your candidature for this position. So over to you, 5 minutes.
I have 23 years of experience of working in law enforcement bodies, in the prosecutor's office and in the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, which undoubtedly can be called nowadays the most effective and the most open law enforcement body that is working in Ukraine. I was among the first 70 detectives selected during the open competition for position of detectives of the NABU, and I have worked in the NABU since the moment of its establishment. I was a member of working groups which were developing prioritization of criminal proceedings in the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, where I was performing functions of the secretary of the working group, as well as issues related to appraisal of performance of detectives, including criteria for assessment, KPIs, which are in force right now, and which are used in the NABU as of today. I was responsible for pre-trial investigation under the most complex corruption cases on systemic corruption regarding top officials, top law enforcers, and other subjects of criminal offenses within the jurisdiction of the NABU. At the beginning of establishment of the NABU, I had to deal with pre-trial investigations under significant pressure from the side of other law enforcement bodies. Even there were instances of conducting searches in the premises of the NABU with a view to subjecting me to illegal influence under one of the criminal proceedings. So that's why I know not from rumors, but from reality, how the institution is being built, which problems emerge in the process of establishment of the institution, and how to do that. With respect to the Bureau of Economic Security, unfortunately, since 2001, since the moment of its establishment, lots of time has been lost. And right now, to head the Bureau of Economic Security is a huge challenge and a huge responsibility, because contrary to the National Anti-Corruption Bureau or the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, or even the National Agency on Corruption Prevention, this is not the functioning institution where you can just come to the position of the head and continue work by streamlining and just by not spoiling what has already been created. The Bureau requires a relaunch. The Bureau is actually what is even more complicated than creation of a body from scratch, because the relaunch of the body will have resistance, both from the inside the team that works there in the Bureau of Economic Security and from the outside as well. I think that's it, not to take too much time for self-presentation.
Thank you very much. Donatas, I think you had your first question.
Yes, thank you so much, Roman. So my question is, taking a look at your previous job, what is your most recent experience as a manager?
Останній керівний досвід
My
це,
recent managerial experience is the management of the local prosecutor's office from 2010 to 2015.
Oh, so that was more than 10 years ago.
Це було не
It
понад
was
10.
not over, but it was 10 years ago. Yes.
Okay, so 10 years ago. So, and you never managed big organization as BES would be.
Ну, я можу сказати,
Well,
що
I can tell you that
учасників
most participants of the competitions have never managed
No,
organizations
I'm
similar
asking you.
to BES.
Roman, no, I'm asking you. Yeah.
Так, ні, я ніколи не керував.
No, I've never managed, which you can obviously see from my biography.
Okay,
I've never managed similar bodies.
So what is the biggest organization you ever managed?
Це місцева прокуратура.
A local prosecutor's office.
How many people work there? How many people were under your command?
11.
11.
Okay, so my question would be, what would you think, what are the main features needed for the personal features needed for the head of the BES? Name, like, just couple.
Це
That's
особиста відповідальність.
personal responsibility. No, not even readiness to take responsibility for the work of the team, for the work of subordinates. That's ability to lead the team after yourself, to be the role model, to set the example, to motivate, and that's ability
організувати
to organize work,
розподілити пріоритети,
to determine priorities, to take some tasks for yourself, to delegate something else to others in order to achieve the most optimal result.
Okay, thank you. And do you know any, have you ever used any tools for effective organization management or efficient organization management?
Так, коли я
Yes.
досить давно так був керівником,
Long ago, when I used to be the head,
ну, власне, мене ніхто не вчив керувати.
and nobody actually taught me how to manage other people, I did not have such practice. I was just appointed, and I took this responsibility. I had to learn by experience and using accessible sources of information. But the answer is yes. I used different practices.
Необхідні організації роботи колективу визначалися
And
слабкі.
Can you name a few? You mentioned that you used the different practices.
Так, це
Yes, of
делегування.
course.
повноважень,
Delegating
окремим працівникам,
the tasks
залежно
to
від їх
certain
здібностей.
employees depending on their skills,
Це надання автономії у
providing
прийнятті рішень,
certain
з
autonomy
метою,
in making decisions
забезпечення
in
належної
order to
мотивації,
ensure the
роботи,
motivation
працівників.
of employees
Це
at work.
використання
Also,
практик по типу Scrum,
practices like
для
scam
постановки
practices
задач,
to
контролю
set
виконання
tasks, to
і
supervise and
розподілу
control
задач
their
серед,
fulfillment,
працівників.
distribution of these tasks among employees.
Основне
So these are main
звідки можу сказати.
Okay, thank you.
practices I've used.
Oleg, go ahead.
Дякую. Пане Романе, у мене
Thank you.
свого
Roman,
роду таке ситуативне питання до вас.
I have a like
Змоделюємо ситуацію, що
case
вас призначено
study
керівником БЕБ,
question.
і
Let's imagine
для
that you were
покращення роботи
appointed
цього
as the
органу,
director of BES,
ви
and in order to improve
впроваджуєте
the work of
нову
this body,
аналітичну систему.
you are planning to
Але
introduce the
співробітники
new
БЕБ,
analytical
швидко
system. However,
масово саботують
the
її виконання,
employees are sabotaging
повертаючись до
this new
старих
introduction,
методів,
and they want to
зовсім
go back
нових,
to
називаємо
old-fashioned methods,
Як
which are
ви подолаєте опір
old-fashioned,
таким змінам?
obsolete.
Які кроки зробите,
How would you
якщо
manage to overcome this resistance as a leader, as a manager?
Я вважаю, що якби першочергові кроки, які мають бути
The first
здійснені
steps
в БЕБ, це
that I will
запуск
do inside
переатестації
BES
працівників.
will be the
з метою,
reattestation of the
виявлення
staff
тих працівників, які
in order to reveal
спроможні і достойні
those employees
надалі
that are
працювати
professional, that are
в БЕБ.
capable to work further in the
Сподіваюсь,
Bureau
що
of
такі
Economic
є.
Security, and I
І
hope we will have some.
одночасно з метою очищення
And
БЕБ
at the same time, it will help to
працівників, які
clear
дозволяють
the situation inside the Bureau to get rid of the employees who prevent organization from functioning correctly. In parallel,
конкурсних комісій, що власне
I
передбачено
will
законом,
launch the competition
для
commissions
здійснення добору
in order to
працівників
select
до Бюро економічної безпеки вже
the employees to the Bureau
напрацьованих практик здійснення
based
конкурсу,
on
в
the
тому ж
practices
Національному
that we had in
антикорупційному
the
бюро,
past for the
забезпечення
Anti-Corruption
участі
Bureau,
представників громадськості в цих
involving
конкурсних
the civil
щодо
society into this
впливу
competition as
на
well.
конкретних працівників,
As for the
то
influence
в даному
I
випадку
can make
необхідно
against
виявити
certain employees.
джерело проблем.
In this case, we need to find out the source of the problem. Who organizes this sabotage? And first, I would like to talk to these employees directly, just to understand what is wrong with them, what problems do they have, why do they sabotage the new things implemented in the Bureau, and probably we will, I would say goodbye to them. It will be a sacrifice, an important sacrifice, of course, but for the benefit of the Bureau, the proper work of the internal control, and disciplinary commissions which are working in the Bureau of Economic Security. Thank you for your answer.
Mr. Yeromanov, you have talked in your short introduction for the second part of our interview about the KPIs that you have pushed in NABU. Can you give some examples of potential KPIs that you're thinking of for BES?
Так, я можу визначити,
Yes, of
якщо
course.
коротко.
Just briefly,
Я б визначив наступні KPI. Для
I would
силового
identify
блоку,
the following KPI.
основним показником має
The main
бути
indicator
відшкодування
must be
до бюджету у кримінальних
the
провадженнях.
compensation to the budget within the criminal proceedings.
Мають бути кримінальні провадження про
Those have to be the criminal proceedings related to different criminal schemes regarding
знаходяться в найбільш тіньовому сектору економіки.
Regarding the shadow economy,
підакцизні товари, контрабанда,
the
гральний бізнес,
smuggling, the casino affairs, and all this stuff. The investigation of these criminal offenders and charging the guilty persons. The compensation in this case will be important to the budgets of the state, as it is one of the main functions of the Bureau of Economic Security, in my opinion. Speaking about analytical unit, the quality of analytical materials, what has to be considered as analytical material, what can be used in the criminal proceedings, and again, materials to be used for compensation. And the last KPI to be used is the level of trust of the society, business, international partners, civil society, trust to the institution.
Can you give me an example of a situation where you had to resist political pressure or pressure coming from powerful entities in Ukraine, and how did you deal with that?
Yes, I can. And I've already mentioned when I started to work in NABU, I made a pre-trial investigation, and a party of this criminal proceeding were the representatives of the prosecution office of Ukraine, including the management of the General Prosecution Office of Ukraine. I'm sorry, let me change my place because I need to connect my laptop.
Absolutely.
Laura, I have a question after you.
And Tatiana, I know you had a question, but then you dropped your hand.
Я
So
перепрошую.
you still have it?
Це навіть доходило до того, що зі мною зустрічалися
And
мої
yes, I was approached by my ex-colleagues. They warned me that there will be some certain measures taken against me to intervene into my work. And in August 2016, in the premises of NABU, there were search activities conducted by the General Prosecution Office with the participation of Special Division. And the General Prosecutor at that time publicly announced that, without announcing my surname, he said that there is a reliable information and the facts on the basis of which I will be prosecuted. That's why I finalized the criminal proceedings. I've arrested the deputy prosecutor in one of the regions. He was charged with criminal responsibility. And it shows that despite of some pressure and influence from the high-level officials, I managed to complete and close the case.
Thank you. Jim and also Tatiana, please let me know if you still want to address the question. But now, Jim.
Yes, good. When we talk about analytical work in BES, what kind of analytical work are they doing now? And what would you do differently and better?
Покращити тут можна все.
We can improve everything regarding the analytical work, and I see a couple of problems. First of all, a lack of full access to all necessary resources of information. The informational resources owned by the tax office, customs service, and automated analytical products which are connected to these databases and information systems.
Бюро економічної безпеки
If
могло б об'єднати ці системи,
BES could combine and consolidate all these databases and create one powerful nuclear database, it could significantly improve the quality of analytical products. Also, it is important to create a single informational system of the Bureau of Economic Security, and it is stipulated by the law about BES in order to accumulate and process information which appears within the work of BES. Every law enforcement body, while performing their activities, accumulate a lot of information, and it has to be properly stored and processed, in my opinion. This information doesn't need to be lost, but to be used for further investigations, for further proceedings, and creating the positive outcome.
В випадку, якщо це все буде реалізовано, це дасть
If,
потужний поштовх для
This will be, if this is implemented, it will significantly improve the quality of analytical block of BES.
So, do you see BES as having a policy role? And if so, can you describe the nature of that policy and what you would do to advance that policy specifically? And your relevant experience would be helpful too.
Безумовно, у
Yes,
БЕБ
of
є
course,
така роль, така функція,
BES
така
has this function and
БЕБ
such
має,
option.
як центральний орган виконавчої
BES,
влади,
as a central body of executive branch, can initiate the legislative initiatives, and namely initiate to the Cabinet of Ministers to make amendments to the law, and also to amend the bylaws.
Для здійснення детінізації економіки, для збільшення надходжень до бюджету,
Increase the flow to the budget and to secure the economic security, BES can make it.
And your relevant experience in this activity?
Ну, в мене безпосередньо нема, в мене є розуміння,
I
як це має
don't have these functions. I have an understanding how it should work. As of today, my work is a little bit different. I work in a different field.
Thank you.
Tatiana, do you want to address the question now? Yes, please.
Так, дякую, пані Лаура.
Thank you, Laura.
Пане Романе,
Mr. Roman,
в розрізі запитань попередніх, ви
just
вже
to
нам
add to the
розповідали
questions
про те,
asked
як
before,
будете
you
діяти
told
при
us how you
саботажі
would act in
безпосередньо
case of
підлеглих.
sabotage if the employees would
Скажіть мені,
resist
будь
you.
ласка, як ви будете
Could you
діяти
please
для
tell
організації
me
зовнішньої
what
діяльності
would you
ВЕС?
do for the
Маєте якось
external
презентувати
operation
цей
of
орган
BES?
і
What will you
налагодити
do
зовнішню
to
взаємодію?
represent this body and to build external relations? What tools will you use in this direction? First of all, it is important to improve relations with civil society, with civil organizations which oversight the work of law enforcement bodies and other bodies, and also to build and maintain relations with our international partners who take part in reforming the law enforcement sector, who are aimed at fighting corruption in order to establish effective communication. It is important to engage them into the process of reforming. Secondly, it is important to introduce the methods of communication with civil society. It can be a creation or reforming of the Department for External Communications. It can be advertising this body in social networks, describing activities they do. We can publish information about different measures, reforms taking place inside pass step by step to inform the civil society what have been done today, what we're planning to do tomorrow. And also it is important to open the open office at the Bureau of Economic Security. It will help to improve communication with private sector, with businesses. As an example that I can give you, it can be something like a center of administrative support, where the representatives of business can come, inform about any challenges, any problems they come across about illegal activities in their opinion, about the work of best employees and so on. And also to file complaints.
Дякую.
Donatas,
Thank you.
I just want to make you aware of the fact that our time is running out a little bit. So maybe last rounds of questions.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So, Mr. Roman, have you ever managed any project? Do you have an experience of project management? And if yes, please very briefly tell me about the project you've managed.
Ну, я можу сказати, що кожне кримінальне провадження, в
Every
якому
criminal
я
proceeding in which I took part
Not about that project, no.
can be considered as a project.
More related to administrative work, yeah, as a manager.
Ну, пане Донатас, я
Mr. Donatas,
важко просто назвати то проектом. Я вже якби
It's
згадував про свій
difficult
досвід,
actually to name it as a project, but I mentioned my activity when I used to work in the prosecution office. I mentioned my experience being a part of the working group at the national, at NABU.
в розрізі вашого питання, то
But in relation to your question, it is difficult for me to
щодо ведення якогось проекту, якщо ви, власне, не
mention any other project that you think as administrative or something. Maybe then the answer would be no, I didn't have projects of that kind.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? No? Then I want to thank you very much, Mr. Yeromanok, for being here with us today and for going through the entire procedure, which by no means was a simple and straightforward one. It took quite a number of months. And I know that our candidates are also subject to public scrutiny. Yet I want to thank you for your application and for making it up to here. In conclusion to our interview, I would like to pass you the floor for some last remarks that you would like to make. Maybe 1 to 2 minutes.
Дякую, пані Олора.
Thank you, Madam Laura. I will be more concise. I'm really grateful to the Commission for providing me with the possibility to share my ideas regarding my vision of how to reform the Bureau of Economic Security. I understand that the Commission is trying to find the perfect candidate for the position of the Director of the Bureau of Economic Security, but unfortunately in this life, perfection is a ghost and the goal to which we can strive towards. And you have to choose from those 16 candidates that have reached the stage of interviews. And I wish success to you, inspiration, and I wish for you to choose the most worthy candidates from among those candidates whom you have the pleasure, as I hope, to listen to during the interviews for the position of the Director of BES. And again, I would like to thank you for your attention and for the time you dedicated to me, and I would like to wish you a lovely day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yeromanok. Please feel free to disconnect.
Дякую, до побачення.
Дякую.
Thank you, goodbye.
is scheduled to take between 1 hour and 1 hour and a half. I can confirm to you that until now we haven't managed to stay below 1 hour and a half. So most likely 1 hour and a half is going to be the duration of this interview. We start by offering you 2 minutes to introduce yourself. Tell us briefly about you, and then we go into questions that relate to the integrity module, after which we come back to you again for a 5-minute presentation of your vision about BES and your most important attributes that justify your presence in this competition. What makes you the best candidate for the future head of BES. After which we go into discussions about the professional background and your vision about BES. If at any point there is an alarm or some reason for which you think we cannot continue, please let us know and we'll deal with it swiftly. Also, if there are issues that you don't want to discuss in a public broadcast, we can convene in a separate meeting. We did that already, so this is perfectly doable. Just inform us and we will discuss the matter and make a decision. So without further ado, I pass the floor to you for the initial presentation of yourself. Yes.
Дякую, шановна конкурсна комісія.
Thank you, dear Selection Commission. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to join you today. It's a really pity that we have online interview because I personally prefer in-person communication. It gives you the possibility to feel the mood and to convey those messages that you would like to convey. I'm Dиректор БЕБ. I'm the specialist with over 15 years of professional experience in law, public governance, analytics. I have 2 higher educations under specialties of legal sciences and public governance. During my entire career, I have worked in structures that are aimed at protecting ownership and property rights of the business, reforming the legislation, and forming the state policy. I have experience of working both in private legal business and in civil service. Right now, this experience is 50/50 in terms of the period of work in the spheres. I have successful experience of building team, reforming public structures during the crisis of trust situation. I have experience of cooperating with international partners. I have the experience of adapting the best practices to the Ukrainian reality. Over the years of my work, I have proven that I can restore justice and fairness. Together with my team in the Ministry of Justice, I successfully completed the task of fighting against registration raidership, and I created the transparent model that the business and society trust. For that, I introduced digital tools that allow to focus risks and to prevent them. I ensure transparency and accountability of the process. I have examples of high-quality institutional building based on principles of transparency, impartiality, and professionalism. My strengths, in my opinion, are strategic thinking, stress resistance, and focus. I believe in fairness and legal state. And in my work, I work within and in line with the mode set out by the legislation. Thank you for this possibility to introduce myself, and I suggest to move on to the most interesting stage, that is integrity issues.
Absolutely. We will move to that. Just a kind remark, a kind request to you, please speak slowly because we have interpretation. I forgot to mention that from the very beginning. We all have the tendency of speaking very fast because we want to make best use of the time. Donatas.
Yeah, Mr. Yuri, if you would allow me, I would start and then you would join me also on the question. So as you very rightfully noted, this is probably one of the most interesting or most important parts, Mr. Dubovik, the integrity part, and especially because the reputation of candidate will become the reputation of BES. Yeah, so this is very important, and what reputation does candidate have? And we might ask you some very uncomfortable questions, yeah, but this is how it is. And I really know that it might be quite stressful to ask those questions in public. but we need to do it. So, first one.
Пане Донатасе, я не вперше приймаю участь в публічних
Mr.
конкурсах.
Donasis, this is not my first participation in public competitions, so I'm ready for any uncomfortable questions, and I've already answered many of these uncomfortable questions, and I'm ready to answer them as much as possible to define the criteria of integrity.
Great.
Thank
great.
you.
So let's start. So first question, which bothers me, it's your beginning of your career. In 2013, you've been like 25 years young, 25 years young, and you started to work as the advisor for Arbuzov. Yeah, and we know that Arbuzov is quite a notorious person. He is wanted for treason and corruption in Ukraine. And the question is, you know, how have you managed to get that position in this being the advisor for Arbuzov, and what were your responsibilities?
Пане Донатасе, дякую.
Mr. Donatas, thank you for your question. First of all, I would like to say that basically we have the presumption of innocence of persons who worked with someone, and to connect the lack of integrity of people to the lack of integrity of others is not very European, is not very right. With respect to the circumstances, why did I make this comment? Because you started knowing not the position, but the surname of the person with whom I had this chance to work, and probably due to my age back then and to my desire to work in civil service, I did not quite understand the toxicity of some people in some positions. I don't know about your country, but in Ukraine, the position of the advisor or of the assistant is one of the least important positions in the entire hierarchy of the support service. And it was not even the civil servant positions back then. And accordingly, my employment happened when in 2011, I underwent internship with the Cabinet of Ministers while still studying in the university. Internship is the general practice of universities. When you have, during summer vacations in your university, you have to go and to obtain practical skills that are necessary to later on get some permission for exams, etc., etc. And within the framework of this activity, I sent my last with request to undergo such internship. And back then, these persons whom you mentioned back then did not work there. I completed my internship. It lasted for about 3 weeks. I left my CV, I left my contact details in order to have the possibility, in case of vacant positions, to come to the civil service, because in fact, I've always dreamt to work in the civil service. And once I graduated from the university in 2012, in December of 2012, I got this offer, but some family circumstances did not allow me to join the team of the Cabinet of Ministers immediately. Once I had this opportunity, first of all, it was related to difficulties of moving to Kyiv. I got employed, I agreed to this position, and probably in my career, that's the worst decision that I'm still regretting, because at every public competition, during every public interview, I have to answer these questions. But I'm ready to answer these questions. I held the lowest level of positions. I did not even talk to the person whom you asked me about. Between me and this person, we had the head of the support service, which gave tasks regarding conduct of analytical expert study of bills of legislation submitted to the Cabinet of Ministers. So my first experience of analyzing bills of legislation about the civil service and public governance was obtained by me during this expert analytical work.
If I may, Donatas, on the same line, you talked about an internship, but then you're talking about an advisory position. I think the question was about the advisory position, right? Which happened between April 2013 and February 2014. I think you clarified how you feel about this thing, but
Ні, пані Лаура, я
No, Madam Laura. Madam Laura, I've explained how I got the offer to become the advisor. Mr. Donatus' question, if I'm not mistaken, was how I got employed. And I am explaining that I got this offer due to the fact that I had completed internship before that. And then in 2011, I completed my internship in the Cabinet of Ministers. And then in 2012, after graduation from the university, I got this offer to take this position of the advisor.
I mean, many of us have done internships, but not all of us have been invited to work for the vice prime minister of our countries. So yes, I understand the
Все залежить від того, де ви
consequence of
проходили
events,
стажування.
but
Everything depends on where you go your internship.
Absolutely. On luck mostly, no? Yuri?
Ну, в мене теж з цього приводу
I
питання.
also have a question about this. Do I understand you correctly, Mr. Victor, that what you are calling internship in 2011, in fact, it was called practice in university? Yes, it was university practice. Let's use specific notions. You were completing university practice. As the university professor, I know what we are talking about. So I have a question. In your opinion, external observers, how would they perceive this fact of completing university practice in the Cabinet of Ministers from the university that is not located in the capital? Wouldn't it look suspicious given the positions that family members of this student had back then? Because students from my university undergo practice in police departments, in district offices, and you did that in the capital. Mr. Yuri, thank you. No, I don't think it's suspicious due to one reason. Until 2011, this university practice is completed on an annual basis from the first or second year of studies. And back then, when I was completing this university practice in the Cabinet of Ministers, I was also completing practice in the district court, in the city council, in the district prosecutor's office, and I had significant experience of completing practice in different bodies. And I submitted the motivation letter to the Cabinet of Ministers, as well as those achievements that I had in the university. And accordingly, when you have so many achievements that you get the diploma with awards, I think it allows you to attempt to get practice in such bodies as the Parliament, Cabinet of Ministers, etc. In 2011, what was the year of studies? After the fourth year of studies, in 2011, you completed your bachelor's degree. No, I did not get the bachelor's degree because I had to complete practice before that. Okay, for now, that's it from my side, but then I will have other questions after Donatas.
Yeah, just Victor, can you just specify what was the position of your father in the time of your practice, where he used to work at that time?
На момент проходження практики,
as of the moment of practice or as of the moment when I started working there?
Both, starting with practice.
На момент проходження практики,
as of the moment of practice, he was the head, if I'm not mistaken, either of the district department of police or some other higher level. I cannot tell you exactly because I don't remember that. He was not in Kiev, if that's your question. And he had no connection to central executive bodies back then.
Okay, and in the time of your employment?
Була така сама посада, можливо,
The
трохи
same
вище.
position, maybe a bit higher, and also he had no relation to central executive bodies.
Якщо ви маєте на увазі його
If you
призначення,
mean his appointment to another position in the central executive body, that is the Ministry of Internal Affairs, then it happened when I already got the offer to work in the Cabinet of Ministers. It was after that.
бо пропозицію, як ви почули,
Because the offer, as you've heard in my previous answer to your question, was received at the end of December of 2012.
And your father started working in the Ministry of Internal Affairs only in March 2013. Is that what you're saying?
В Міністерстві внутрішніх справ він почав
In the
працювати.
Ministry of Internal Affairs, he started working in 1995 or 1996.
Ви маєте на увазі
Mm.
центральний
You mean the central office?
Yes, the central office,
Ви
yes.
маєте так.
Mhm.
Тоді
Yes,
абсолютно
yes,
правильно.
then absolutely right.
Okay, if we can move to the next topic. Victor, I see that you're quite a wealthy man. I see that 4 huge houses, 4 nice land plots. During certain time, there were 5 cars, each about like an average $55,000. Yeah, and majority of this was acquired during your work as the head of the Office for Combating Raiding. So
Пане Донатас, абсолютно
Mr.
маніпулятивне.
Donatas,
Yeah.
that's a very manipulative question. Since no, it did not happen like that. I do not know who prepared this information for you. Probably the working group of the commission, to which I have lots of questions, but that's not so. Absolutely inaccurate information. And this question that you are asking is absolutely inaccurate.
Okay, so you say that you don't have 4 houses right now. Do you have 4 houses?
Так, я стверджую, що в мене
Yes, I'm
немає.
stating that I do not have 4 houses according to my declaration. If you open my declaration and if you look there, I have in my ownership 1 unfinished house, 1 house that was bought in 2013.
Який був спільною
That was the joint ownership of the married couple.
Відповідно, мені належало 50%.
Accordingly, I owned 50% and my ex-wife owned 50% as well. And in 2023, this house, due to the provisions of the family code, was divided between us, between the agreement on the division of the shared spousal property. And I have provided a copy of this agreement to the working group of the commission. And it's a pity for me that you've been misled and that this question has been worded like that. While working in the civil service in the Ministry of Justice, I have not acquired any ownership. All the property that where I'm the owner has been owned by me since 2012 or 2013 or even earlier periods before I started working in civil service.
Okay. And what about your vehicles? How many vehicles you have right now?
Наразі в мене перебуває
Right now, I have in ownership 0 vehicles.
Мені належить на праві
I have the right to use 1 car of my current wife, and we are jointly using it, and 1 car that I'm renting. And as of now, I'm paying for it from my official salary and officially according to the lease agreement. And those amounts that are determined by this lease agreement. And I have also provided the supporting documents to the commission.
Okay, so are you saying that the residential building of 285 square meters in Donetsk city, you have this particular real estate, yeah?
Це один з тих 2
This is one of those 2 houses that I have, yes.
Okay,
Yes, that's really accurate, and I'm confirming that, but not 4 houses. I would like to emphasize, Mr. Donatas, we are not talking about 4 houses.
Okay, so country house in a total area of 249 square meters also. In
245,9.
Vyšehrad district.
245.9 square
Yes.
meters.
Так.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and garden house is 257 square meters in Vyšehrad districts also.
Він належить мені в одній
It's owned
шостій
by me
частині.
in 1/6 of the right of ownership. 1/6. That's not the entire house. 1/6 of the right of ownership. And that's technical premises that is owned by the entire cooperative, where I have the garden house in my ownership, and that ensures functioning of my and neighbor's house. And it performs the functional role for the servicing and maintenance of all the other houses.
Okay, and the last one, country house construction in progress, 146 square meters in also Visegrad district.
Вони всі знаходяться в селі
They
Хотянівка.
are all in the village of Khotanivka, Vyshgorod district. These are land plots and houses that are the combination of my right of ownership, and that house is unfinished, and I'm still constructing it, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it's still under construction. Yeah, so 3 houses and 1/6 part of a house, yeah?
Один об'єкт недобудований.
One unfinished construction object, 2 houses, and 1/6. Then, absolutely correct. And they have been in my ownership since 2013, 2014, and previous periods, not during the period when I worked in the Ministry of Justice or in my current place of work.
Well, yeah, from what I see, it is date of acquisition in 2023, at least first, the second and the third one. Okay, but you say that you acquired it much earlier.
Що саме? Який з?
What house are you asking about?
So the house,
Вони придбавалися в різний період часу, крім
All
однієї
of them were
шостої.
bought during different periods of time, except the 1/6 share of the house.
okay, but what I mean that there are land plots, at least 1, 2, 3 land plots
Так.
acquired in 2023.
Так.
1 house, 2 houses acquired also in 2023. And this is exactly where you've been working as
Ще раз, пане Донатас, вибачте, я вас
Yes.
переб'ю.
Once
Ще раз,
again,
я підкреслюю.
Once again, let me stress it. They were not acquired in 2023. That is a false information. In 2023, there was an agreement about the dividing the property with my ex-wife. I divorced with my wife in 2019, and she had the right for 50% share in this ownership according to the marital law. And in order to resolve this question relating to bringing up my child, we decided to conclude an agreement regarding the property. This is not a newly acquired property. I owned this property even before.
Okay, got it. Yuri, do you have any questions regarding this?
Так, є в мене запитання.
Yes, I have a question.
Теж пов'язані з майном.
It is also related to property, and I have several questions. Question number 1.
Перше питання. Пане Вікторе, з
Mr.
3
Victor,
квітня 2013
from
року
April
по
2013 till
2014
February
року
2014,
ви працювали радником
you worked as an advisor
віце-прем'єр-міністра.
to first Prime Minister
27
of Ukraine.
числа ви звільнилися лютого.
You
І
left
більше
this
ніж
place
за 3
in
місяці,
February,
15 травня
and
2014
on in May
ви купуєте будинок в
2014,
Донецьку.
you buy a house in Donetsk.
Площею
Пане Юрію,
Yuri, once again, I didn't buy it.
яким чином ви його отримали?
How did you acquire this property? According to the information I provided to the working group of the Competition Commission, I mentioned that this house has been under construction starting from 2009 and was not procured. And according to the documents I've provided and the way I declare this house, you can see that as of now and at the moment when the state registration of ownership took place, it was according to the legislation which allowed it to register as the object of first-time construction. Okay, who paid for the construction of the house? At what expense? Thank you for the question. We used the funds of my wife, the family of my wife. I used my own funds, funds of my mother that she earned. And I even don't mention the funds of my father, because all these funds allowed to buy this house. Please, tell me, what was the total amount spent for the construction of the house?
Враховуючи, що цей період стосується 2009-2014
Given that we are talking about 2009-2014 period, I cannot exactly tell you the exact amount. According to our information, you have registered this house in 2014. That was in May. Yes, correctly. According to the open information about events taking place in Donetsk at that time, and if I recollect this correctly, the referendum, the so-called referendum, took place in that city. So Donetsk was taken by pro-Russian separatists. And at that time, you have registered the house under which legislation? According to the legislation of Ukraine, because Donetsk is a Ukrainian city, was and will be. According to the order of the Ministry of Justice about the transferring of borders. And at that period of time, the Minister of Justice performed this registration. The transfer of these borders happened only in 2014. So till October 2014, those people who had access to registers and those who had the right to accept these documents and authorize their powers did this. I know that some courts were located in Donetsk and they administered law according to the legislation of Ukraine. Thank you. It is pleasant actually to hear that our opinions about Donetsk and occupied territories coincide, that it is Ukraine. We don't have any discrepancies regarding this, and no doubts, by the way. But I asked you about a different thing. I asked you that on the 15th of May 2014, physically, you visited Donetsk, and at that day, according to the legislation of Ukraine, you managed to register this house. No. A person, let me explain, a person who had a power of attorney issued by me regarding my property was present in Donetsk city, addressed the authorities on the face of Minister of Justice, who had an authority and access to the state public registers, provided the list of documents necessary for registering the property and registered the ownership of this house. Another question regarding the property owned by you, or maybe we have false information, but the public organization informed us that your wife owns a number of immovable property in Donetsk region and in Crimea. Does your wife own any immovable property in Donetsk region or Crimea? No, not a single property is owned by my wife at the moment at all. So do I understand correctly that the information that in Alushta, in Yubileyna Street, House 4, Apartment 57, Donetsk Street, Artyoma, Apartment 30, and other 3 properties is a false information? Yes. Do you know why? Yes, when you use open sources, this civil organization used the family name of my wife. There is a different person with a different birth date, with different tax number, and there was a confusion. My wife has never visited Donetsk city at all. Thank you for your answer. It's clear. We have accepted it. If you do not mind, Yuri, besides, I can provide the commission with the evidence. It has information that currently my wife owns no property at all. I can actually show you now this document. Well, it will be difficult to read it from the screen. You can send it via email, please. If you allow me, I have another question to ask. And again, it's about your integrity. I would like to give you an opportunity to dispel any doubts. According to our information, when your father used to work as the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, you have acquired several garden houses and land plots close to Kiev. Is it true information or not? Yes, thank you very much. We are talking about the houses and the documents that I've already explained to Mr. Donatas. You don't see any connection between your father's work and these houses. No, at that time, I did not communicate with my father. I have provided explanation in written form. I have not been communicating with my father since 2012, when my mother died. With all respect, Mr. Victor, we treat the family ties of our candidates. Those are family values. But please understand our position as well. We are forced to ask detailed questions about family ties, especially when it goes about any relations with the aggressor countries. You know that we are blocking the process or canceling the process. We tried to get more clear information from SBU. Unfortunately, we failed to obtain it. We're using information from the open sources, but from the open sources, we know that your father is living in the Russian Federation. We are not raising this question now. You have replied that you are not communicating, but from the open sources, we see that you have been resided in Tomsk city in Russian Federation. Is it true or not? At that time, I was 3 or 4 years old. Unfortunately, I cannot make my own decisions as to where to live. And frankly speaking, I don't even remember the time period I lived there. And after a large-scale invasion, did you cross the Ukrainian border? No. If you are asking about the border with Russian Federation, the answer is no. No, I'm talking about the Ukrainian border in a wider sense. Then the answer is yes. Okay, ask the question again. After a large-scale invasion, did you cross the border of Ukraine? No, I never went abroad. Not a single day I was abroad after 2022. And before the war, when we had this green-friendly people or drivers and so on fighting against Ukraine. Since 2014 till 2022, did you visit Russian Federation? Twice. And these circumstances were related to the death of my grandmother. My condolences. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Donatas, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. So, okay, you've made some adjustments to the property, and we get now how much property you have. But can you provide us very briefly?
Much less that you announced in the beginning of the interview.
But can you explain, where the all the money came from? Where did you get the resources to acquire those objects? And what is the general cost of all the wealth you have right now? How you evaluate it?
Thank you, Donatas, for the question. I have partially provided answer to this question. The source of income to buy everything I own, starting from 2013 and 2014, were the joint funds of myself, my wife, my wife's parents, and my mother. I've provided to the working group a list of information that I managed to gather, and the earliest document confirming that even I owned some funds is dated of 2005, and I also provided this document to the working group to confirm the sources of funds. I have used a very interesting approach, and I think that Commission can use it in future. I will just share it with you.
по кожному з членів, які я озвучив, брали участь в придбанні цього майна, мною
Every
були
member
взяті
of my family who participated in procurement of this property, I took the certificates from the tax service. According to the legislation of Ukraine, a person participating in the competition unfortunately cannot go to the tax service and obtain information about other people in order to prove the legality of funds. The person has to go directly to the person it relates to and to ask them provide and disclose this information. Because they need to do some legal actions to address the tax office and get information straight from them. So I addressed all persons involved and received income starting from 1998. And I would like to stress, Ms. Laura, for 100%, I know that it's not your first time that you are taking part in the competition commission. It's your first time being as a chair. Mr. Donatas, I did not find any information about you and your participation in other competitions, but these certificates are taken from the tax service, but unfortunately they do not contain all information about income because of the legislation being valid at that moment. In 1998, the legislation of Ukraine was influenced a lot, and very often the databases available and tax obligations were different. Well, first of all, the tax obligations, as at that period of time, every person was not a tax agent, did not include this information. And that's why when I managed to confirm my income and all the persons mentioned earlier, I took the level of income, and as many families of Ukraine, I also spent some money and saved some money. As a rule, it was by converting the currency into the more solid currency like dollars, euros, or German currency before the European Union was established. And also I took the income in hryvnias. I converted it in the amount I needed to survive in Ukraine, and the remaining amount I converted into dollars. And according to the calculations that I made, I had following results. The family of my wife, they officially worked, they received salary, and I provided these calculations. Commission is very free to check these calculations, to recalculate them if you want. So the income of my wife's family from the saved money, again, not from the total income, but from the money they saved and had the right to save, to support their families, their daughter and myself to buy apartment, was about $400,000. This is official money. They have earned it when they worked at the Avdiivka coke plant. They have received shares in the process of privatization of this plant. They sold the shares using different tools, different broker tools, and unfortunately they had they were forced to sell some shares several years ago. It's a very complicated procedure, and unfortunately they were forced to do it. And I'm only talking now about my wife's family. I'm not even talking now about my own income. In 2005, I have alienated a share of the apartment I owned. At that time, it belonged to my parents. I inherited it for a long period of time. They needed the improvement of residential conditions. I don't remember actually when was it. It was in 2000 or 2005, but they have acquired this apartment, they have privatized it, and they have sold it. After selling this apartment they received proceeds, I evaluated the approximate amount, how much this apartment could cost compared to the income we had,
яке в мене наразі є, навіть з запасом дозволяв придбати таке майно.
and I have the result that I had enough proceeds and funds to buy this property. And unfortunately, I can't use the tax certificate regarding my mother and my father. Unfortunately, my mother has died, and as to my father, I can't address him in order to get his confirmation of his income. Please respect that, but thank you.
Okay, but thank you so much for your answer. But also there was a question, what is the total value of a property you use right now and possess?
Загальну вартість майна я можу виходити виключно з тієї інформації, яка в мене є
I
на
can
момент
use
його
information available at the moment of obtaining this property. You can find it at the
Я ніколи не задавався питанням, хочу назвати вартість майна, яке мені належить.
NACP site. I never evaluated the total value of the property. And I don't actually have an obligation to calculate and to evaluate the total property that I own. There is no such obligation.
No, I didn't speak about any obligation. I asked whether you know how much it's worth.
More or less, of course. We're not asking you for an exact calculation, but overall, I think everybody knows how much property we own, right? More or less. So you would say what? Around $1 million, around 500,000, around $2 million. Where would you see that? Knowing what you own.
Скільки вона коштує на даний момент, я не можу сказати вам, на
I
жаль,
don't
пані
know
Лаура.
the exact value of this property as of today. On the moment when I procured it, I calculated comparing the data I had, and that is the income received by the subjects who participated in the procurement of this property, and plus minus, it corresponds to the price that the property had at the moment of acquisition. And again, let me reiterate, I never questioned it, and I never was interested in the total value of the whole property I own.
Okay, may I ask you the sources of incomes right now? Is it only your salary, or do you have any other incomes?
Пан Донтас, ще раз не зовсім почув правильно запитання.
The source of your incomes right now, is it only salary
На
where
даний
you
момент?
work? Yes, right now.
На даний момент виключно заробітна платня. Інших джерел
Only my
доходів в мене
salary. I don't have any other sources of income, just my salary.
Okay, I'm done. Maybe Mr. Yuri has any questions?
I have some more follow-up questions on this because you were talking about $400,000 in the family of your wife, right? More or less. I want to ask you, what moment are we talking about? Are we talking about the first wife? Are we talking about your current wife? Who has contributed basically to the acquiring of property? Because as you explained, most property was acquired before 2013. So I suspect it is the first wife family that you're referring to. Am I correct?
Абсолютно вірно, пані Лаура. Так.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely correct.
But then you divorced, right? So some of the property was divided, right?
В 2023
Yes,
році абсолютно.
in 2023, absolutely correct.
Okay, and what was taken by your previous wife? Can you explain from the properties that you acquired together? Is it half and half from every property, or you had an arrangement, she took some, you kept some? How did that work? Especially, I'm asking this so to explain, it's not out of curiosity, personal curiosity, because her parents have contributed so much to the acquiring of property, right? You were very young, she was very young. Probably your mother has also helped, yeah, but her parents also contributed significantly if you're talking about almost $500,000, right? So I'm asking how the property has been split after the divorce.
Їй були
She received into ownership a vehicle that was joint ownership. She received partially land plots, which I owned under the right of personal private ownership. And this way, the compensation happened.
And do you believe that this is a fair compensation for someone who has invested in property about $500,000? She and her family invested about $500,000, according to your explanations today. And she got a vehicle and some land plots.
Трошки не так, пані Лаура. Я
No,
хочу
slightly
сказати,
different. I would like to adjust a bit. That's the total level of income that they had at that time when this property was acquired. And that was their level of income. But their share of investment it was different. I did not mention the level of my wife's income and my income. So now we are not saying that her parents invested this amount completely. They contributed, but did not invest completely. And so the person voluntarily signs this agreement on the division of property. And when the person agrees to these conditions, then this agreement is considered as in force.
Okay, so maybe let's talk about the level of incomes for yourself and for your wife at the time of the acquiring of property, because you are both very young. You know, how much money actually did you put in on your side, just the two of you, two individuals, not the parents, not your mother, not her parents, and so on. So how much was your contribution? How much money did you make at that point? And let me just reiterate the fact that the transparency of this procedure is key. So yes, we have exchanged back and forth messages, yes, letters, but I think we are not doing this just to be informed ourselves, but also to have the people of Ukraine understand how these things work. So don't be upset on the fact that we are asking these questions for the greater audience. I think it is very important that we clarify these elements.
Дякую, пані Лаура, за запитання.
Thank you,
Знову ж
Madam
таки,
Laura, for your question again. I would like to go back to the aspect that I've mentioned already, that started since 2005 when I was forming that confirmed level of income to buy that property. So from 2005 to 2013, when the purchase of this property happened, according to my calculations, my wife invested about $40,000, and back then I invested about $100,000 into the acquisition of this property.
And if you invested $100,000, where did you get the $100,000?
Так як я вже надавав
As
докази,
I've already provided evidence required by the Commission, which asked to get these supporting documents in its questions, there were several sources of income. First of all, my personal salary. Secondly, that's from the sale of real estate objects owned by my mother, by me personally, including under the right of partial ownership. And this property was gradually sold, and the savings were accumulated gradually. It's not just like I had zero and that I obtained lots of property. I would like to emphasize that this property was accumulated during the entire lifetime, and it was bought gradually. It did not happen at one point. Some objects were sold. Accordingly, they earned money was added to the amount obtained from the sale, and then new objects were bought. And it happened during the entire lifetime. And back then, it had no connection to the civil service because back then, I and my mom never worked at civil service.
When did you start working?
ще коли не закінчив навіть університет.
Before graduating from the university, even.
2011, correct?
Або 2010.
Or 2010. I think either November of 2010 or beginning of 2011.
Well, what we have on record is February 2011. So actually, if we're talking about money from salaries,
Або початок, так.
yes, we're talking about maybe 1 year of entry-level salaries. So that's why we asked, right? You explained that your mother has sold some property But yeah, it's important to understand. Then your wife, you said she invested about $40,000 dollars. How much was she
Так.
making at that time? So again, we're not talking about her parents, right? We're talking about her.
Я не можу надати
I
інформацію, скільки вона
cannot provide this information about her earnings back then. Back then, she owned.
So approximately, we're not asking for exact, I mean, any couple has to pay lots of things, especially young couples have to manage, make ends meet, right? So approximately, we're talking approximately. Would you say, I don't know, 1,000 euros, 10,000 euros?
Я не можу сказати, скільки вона
I
заробляла.
cannot tell you how much she earned, but I think that it was like her salary amount was about several hundreds of dollars.
Because she invested, according to your explanations, she invested about $40,000. So she got this 40,000 probably from her family, right?
Абсолютно вірно.
Yes, absolutely correct. And from the property that she owned. Because in 2011, my wife was not my wife, so we did not discuss this. But she also owned some other property which she could sell, and she could get this income from the sale. I would like to emphasize this as well.
Yes. Okay, I will not go any further into the division of property after the divorce. This is really your decision between the two spouses. But then let's talk a little bit about your vehicles. Can you explain to us which, so you talked about one vehicle, the right to use of one car that belongs to your wife, and a rented car, you said. Can you explain?
Абсолютно вірно.
Yes. What is the rented car? From whom do you rent it? For how many years have you rented? How much does it cost?
Я орендую цей автомобіль фізичної
I'm
особи
renting this car from individual entrepreneur, that is Toyota. The monthly payment, including the wear tear payment, is about 15,000 hryvnias, plus this wear and tear fee, which completely corresponds to the market value. I've conducted the respective market analysis. I've conducted the respective estimate as to which amount of expenses is on the average on the market, and this particular confirmation was received.
And is this a practice? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with this rental mechanism in Ukraine. Is it something that people do, rental of vehicles from individuals, or do you usually rent it from a company? Do you have a special relationship with the person, or why are you renting from a physical person? Because usually I would have thought you'd rent from a company, from a legal person. Is there a reason, or is this just
Відповідно. Дякую, пані Лаура.
Yes, thank you, Madam Laura. According to the legislation of Ukraine, entrepreneurial activities can be performed by individual entrepreneurs and legal entities. And this person is individual entrepreneur who is performing these activities. And in addition to this car, this person, individual entrepreneur, has the specialization of leasing its property in the form of vehicles to individuals and legal entities. And this is the way how it's done. Why from this particular individual entrepreneur? There are several mechanisms how it's possible to find out. I have supporting documents that this individual entrepreneur is doing this.
Yeah. So for how long have you been renting this Toyota?
Близько
For
півтора роки.
about a year and a half.
Okay. And then the car of your wife, you have a right to use it. Yes. What car is it?
Абсолютно вірно.
Yes, absolutely right.
Це автомобіль Mercedes.
That's a Mercedes,
Декларації.
as specified in my declaration.
Придбаний був цей автомобіль.
It was bought before we got married at the expense of my wife's earnings, and I can also provide respective supporting documents. Her personal income since 1998 is about $200,000 according to my personal calculations. That's officially declared income from which she paid taxes, etc. And these funds, which she used to buy this car, consisted of funds from the sale of the previous vehicle plus her own savings.
Okay, no more questions from me. Colleagues, if you have further questions for Mr. Dubovic.
Just a very small remark. So the Mercedes we are talking and the wife related to this Mercedes, is it the old wife or is it the new wife?
Current wife.
Apparent wife.
Поточна, нинішня дружина.
Yes, current wife.
Okay. So you divorced 2 years ago and your apparent wife already gave you some money to buy the Mercedes? How did it work? Can you just repeat it?
Пане Донатас, а звідки, будь ласка,
Mr.
ваша
Donatus,
інформація?
where do you have information that I divorced 2 years ago?
Well, I understood from your answers. When
Ні,
did
я
you
таких
divorce?
відповідей не надавав. Ні, я надавав
No,
відповідь.
I provided the answer that we divided property in 2023,
Oh,
but the date of divorce,
Ну, так розлучення відбулося не 2 роки тому.
divorce happened not 2 years ago, but 6 years ago.
okay. Got it. Thank you.
Good. Do we have further questions for Mr. Dubovic? And as you say, these are the challenges of doing things online. Probably in the same room, it would have been a bit more clear. Any other questions?
Yeah, we may move probably to the other part.
Okay, so Mr. Dubovic, we close the module on integrity and we come back to you with an invitation to use the next 5 minutes to put out your vision about the Bureau for Economic Security and what makes you the best candidate to occupy this position.
Дякую, пані Лаура.
Thank you, Madam Laura. Now we are moving on from the most interesting part of the interview to the most informative part of the interview. And my personal opinion is that this distribution between integrity and professional competence, we should have at least 50 by 50% of time dedicated to how this body should develop. So I've heard a lot from previous interviews that you had today. About the first 3 steps, the first 5 steps, about the first 100 days, how the Bureau of Economic Security should develop. So I, together with my team, have prepared the plan that contains at least tasks for a year, and all of them have to be implemented in order to make a really effective body from BES. I've called this plan Prevention of Losses, Protection of Fairness, how to relaunch the Bureau of Economic Security and to create the Institute of Economic Security that will be trusted. After our interview, I will send it to the Commission so that could look through this plan, but for now I will mention the key points from it. So, my vision of the BES is effective, transparent, and analytically powerful institution capable of not only responding to crimes but also preventing crimes. Priorities of such institutions should include quality analytics, institutional independence, and digitalization of all the processes. I'm convinced that the BES should become not only the body of response, but also a powerful analytical center that will proactively identify risks and systemic threats. My vision of the development of BES is to build a modern institution that is working based on data, digital tools, and institutional independence, first of all. It is important to relaunch the BES and to create the economic institution that will be trusted. So, where did the problem start? Created 3 years ago as the analytical law enforcement body that had to replace the tax police and to deal with prevention of economic crimes. However, right now, those tasks and challenges faced by the Bureau of Economic Security have not been implemented in full. And during this period of time, Ukraine and the world have drastically changed. Here we have increasing international attention to financial transparency and construction of a global security architecture, Euro integration, and need to comply with the EU standards. The increase in the number of complex economic crimes in Ukraine and the world, increase in demand for transparency in public finances, and demand for smart analytical solutions. However, unfortunately, we have the body, but we do not have the institution. Right now, the BES is the body that is not trusted. It is body without the face, that is not clear for people, not clear for business, that is not separated for the law enforcement past, that would display expected efficiency. And what are the key reasons of that? I can mention them as well. First of all, that's the legacy of the tax police, the negative cases during the existence of the police, that's a focus on investigations and not prevention. The absence of sustainable heads, overlapping of jurisdiction with other bodies, absence of unique jurisdiction of investigating economic crimes, lack of trust in the society, lack of trust in the business, lack of trust from international partners, and the absence of real changes according to international commitments. The BES is having the HR crisis, including human resources that were inherited as legacy from the tax police. According to the information of the Unpack Center, because of the inability to effectively investigate crimes, Ukraine is losing up to 100 billion hryvnias per year. For example, we have 5.3 billion hryvnias as reimbursed in damages in 2024. 12 billion hryvnias as losses from analytical works. However, expenses on this institution were 1 billion and 300 million hryvnias. The planned financing for 2025 is about 2 billion hryvnias for this institution. Business and international partners perceive the BES as the tool of influence and pressure. It forms the negative image of Ukraine as the country that cannot effectively counteract economic crimes. The BEP has worked without clear logics, but the BES of the future, in case of my appointment to the position of the director, will work on two key consumers, that is the citizen and the state. Citizen and business, which have to invest into Ukraine and which should know that here we have working institutions that can be trusted, that should be trusted. In this model, the state as the final beneficiary will have a decrease in budget expenses as well as ensuring control and achieving of economic security. In connection with this, right now the BES requires transformation. It has to have the mission of preventing losses and recovering and restoring fairness and justice in public finances, protecting the economy through financial prevention, and ensuring fair and primarily fair and clear rules of the game for everyone. The BES needs to make this important movement from repressive logics to analytical model of prevention. And the goal is to become a clear shield for business, to prevent losses, as I've mentioned, and to protect fairness and justice. And my plan right now is covering more than a year of its implementation. And if we are talking about the first 100 days and my plans, I plan to conduct audit of cases, to strengthen human resources, to prepare reforms, which will include work with analytics, digitalization, jurisdiction, and fourthly, I have implementation of changes and movement to the public space. In case of my appointment, I promise that this will be one of the most transparent bodies that we can talk about. In my activities, in my public work, I support transparency and openness. I'm responsible publicly, and I'm ready to answer any questions about myself, about my current work, and maybe about my future work. I see lots of hands raised among commission members, so probably I will move on from the presentation to answers.
Thank you, Mr. Lvovik. You see that everybody is eager to ask questions. So Donatas, Yuri, and Oleg in this order. Donatas, please go.
Yeah, thank you so much for such an extensive presentation. And the question is, you've mentioned that you and your team have prepared this document of the strategy. So who is your team?
Абсолютно вірно. ті люди, які мають професійні
People
компетенції в цій
who
сфері,
have professional competencies in this sphere, and I know they are able to be engaged for future work, for the work of this kind. These are my friends, my close people, my colleagues. We have conducted this work in our free time, free from work, and all my team are excited with the idea to be engaged into the development of such strategy plan of reforms of such a complicated structure.
In case of a success, I believe it's normal that you would engage at least a part of your team in the reforms of the BES.
я можу сказати, що я запропоную
I will propose,
команді,
I will make a proposal to my team, and those who will be willing,
тому що
they will
проводити реформи,
be a part of this reforming process. Well, conducting reforms is something different from preparing, developing the plan itself. Those are two different processes.
Okay, but how are you going to be proposed? Isn't it like an open, what is the right word? Open competition to get into the position, into the BES, or you just can invite them as the head of a BES?
Я можу тільки запропонувати їм прийняти
I
участь в
can
тих
only
процедурах,
invite
які
them to
передбачені
take part in the
відповідно до
official
законодавства,
procedures
для того,
according to the legislation of
зробити
Ukraine
економічної
to
безпеки,
get
але
a
й ті
position
посади,
inside
які
BES.
передбачають проведення саме конкурсної
And of course,
процедури.
there will be
Бо
the
є дуже багато
positions
посад, які не передбачають проведення конкурсних
which
процедур,
are
і можуть
only
бути передбачені
available through the
відповідно до
competition
управлінського рішення
process. It
керівництва.
will be the decision of the management, of course.
Can you name the people who were involved? Probably the public needs to know who prepared that document and who stands beside you.
Це мій план, який я презентую суспільству, тому якщо план
The
подобається,
plan
відповідно,
that
суспільство
I'm
його сприймає.
representing
Мені
to the
здається, не зовсім
community, if they
ефективно
like,
називати цих людей,
they will
які
accept
ставити
it. I
різні
think it's
виклики
not
на це.
ethical without
Бо
asking
під час
these
участі в
people
конкурсі
to
тільки я
give
надавав
their
відомості
names,
на
because
згоду
only
і
myself
згоду на
provided
будь-які
data and
персональні дані.
information and agreement to use my personal data in the framework of this competition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yuri?
Дякую. Пане Вікторе,
Thank
я
you,
з
Mr.
вашої
Victor.
біографії, трудової біографії, зокрема,
From
бачу,
your
що
working experience, from your biography, I see that a major part of your experience you have spent in central bodies.
Я розумію, що у вас є зв'язки, ну, принаймні,
From this,
знайомства, можливо, дружні
I have a
зв'язки
feeling that maybe you have friendly ties, friendly relations with
Можливо, у вас є такі зв'язки з
representative
багатьма
of
представниками бізнесу.
authorities, business
І
sector
мене в цьому
probably.
контексті бентежать
And in this
слова, які
context,
часто приписують
I'm
відомому
concerned
сингапурському лідеру
about
Лі
the words of Lee
про те,
Kuan
що
Yew,
почни
who is
свою
a
роботу
Singapore
по боротьбі
leader.
з корупцією з
Start
того, що посади твоїх найближчих друзів.
combating corruption
Він таки
by
ще не говорив,
arresting and
але
sentences three
схожа
close
фраза про те, що
friends.
нібито сказав.
Well, it is not
У
exactly
разі,
his words,
якщо
but
ви
somebody
станете
has
головою
said
Бюро
that.
економічної безпеки
If you
України,
become
чи
the
готові ви
director of
будете,
Bureau of
чи
Economic
є у вас такі
Security,
три друзі,
do you have
реальні
three
друзі, я маю
close
на увазі,
friends, I mean real
яким
friends,
ви готові будете поламати
who
ці
whom
якісь
you
тіньові
will be
бізнес-схеми,
ready
корупційні схеми
to
і
break
так далі.
corruption
Чи
schemes
вистачить у вас
to close their
мужності,
businesses?
рішучості,
Will you have enough
відваги
courage
посадити
and
двох найближчих друзів?
decisiveness to arrest,
Дякую,
so
пане
to
Юрію, за
speak,
запитання. Ну,
and
по-перше,
sentence your close
своїх
friends?
друзів я дуже якісно фільтрую тих,
Well,
з ким я
I
спілкуюся.
filter those people
І
with
якщо
whom I
навіть
communicate.
вони
And even
мають якісь
if they have
бізнес, можливо, інтерес
some
в тих сферах,
business
до
interest
яких я
in
можу
these
бути
spheres
дотичним, то я з такими людьми не
where I
спілкуюся
work with,
і
I
не
do not
підтримую дружніх
communicate
стосунків,
with these people and do not
передбачаючи,
have friendly
що,
relations.
можливо, вони використовують спілкування зі мною для
Of
вирішення
course,
власних проблем. Тому, на
I
мою
may
думку,
have
в мене немає
a feeling that they
друзів,
use
які
me
є
for some
якісь
benefit.
відносини з
I
Бюро
don't have
економічної безпеки,
any
або
friends
які могли б
or those who
використати
have relations
моє
with the Bureau of
теоретичне
Economic
призначення в Бюро
Security and
економічної
those
безпеки
who would
для
like to
того,
benefit
щоб
from my
якимось
possible
чином
appointment for the
запобігти
position
своїй
of the
власній
director of
відповідальності. Це
BES in
по-перше.
order to
По-друге,
avoid
якщо ми
any
будемо казати вже не
responsibility.
безпосередньо про
Secondly,
друзів,
if we are not talking about my friends, but different acquaintances, colleagues, ex-colleagues, I can think about many different people. But I can say one thing. If we are talking about sentencing in brackets, not even in brackets, but even physically, I would do it if they violate the law.
Oleg?
Дякую.
Thank you.
Пане Вікторе, ну, перш за все, я хочу подякувати за
Victor,
вашу
first of all,
презентацію,
thank you for your
якій ви, без
presentation.
сумніву, напевне, зняли багато питань, які у нас
And
виникали.
by your
У мене
presentation, you
традиційне
have dispelled
традиційне
some of
запитання
the
до вас.
doubts.
Ви,
I have
ви
a
директор
question to
Бюро
you.
економічної
You are
безпеки.
director. Let's imagine you are a director of
Уявімо собі,
BES.
це,
Let's
напевно,
imagine,
достатньо актуально на сьогоднішній день.
and it is very
Партнери з
relevant
ЄС, США,
today,
висловлюють
the partners
занепокоєння
from the
через
United
певне
States or
розслідування,
European Union express their concerns regarding the investigation regarding the international funding. How will you balance the activities of BES? On the one hand, you need to keep the sovereign position of the state, and on the other hand, the strategic partnership with international donors and partners. Is it possible to find the balance of the interest in this case? Thank you for the question. Let me start from a different thing. It's a shame that this presentation was just a verbal form. I don't know why it was not possible to use a PowerPoint presentation, because I actually wanted to show you the figures visually to represent my ideas and thoughts. And unfortunately, I was not allowed to do it. Now coming to the question directly. I would like to ask you the following question. And does the investment fund give some release from responsibility, from any responsibility? I think that all of us have to act legally. All legal entities, all the companies understand that they will be charged with responsibility if they violate something. This is one part of the question. The second part, if in the criminal proceedings there is an element from illegal action from the law enforcement agencies, and if there are concerns not about the actions of the foreign body that have committed a crime or a violation or an offense, but if there is the violation from the side of BES, these are two different issues. I think the balance between foreign investments and responsibility has to be distinguished, and the criminal code has to be used in order to classify the offense. And my position is, if there is a violation from the law enforcement side, then respectively, as the head of such body, I can do within the limits of my authority. And again, the leader of BES does not have detectives in its subordination who could do these investigations. And that's why we cannot affect the investigation process. But if there are violations from international partners, I don't even see any opportunity to express concerns in this regard.
Дякую за відповідь.
Дякую, пане Олеже.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Laura, I have
Tatiana.
a question. Oh, okay. I'll follow.
Tatiana, me, and then you.
Дякую, пані Лаура. Так, пане Вікторе, я в контексті вашого
you.
виступу і презентації.
Mr. Victor,
Ви задали питання, я думаю,
in your presentation, you asked a question, and I will try to answer this question. We have a limited time, unfortunately, for each candidate. That's why if you use slides, it will take a lot of time. But actually, nothing prevents you from publishing your strategy. It will be a public document. Everybody will evaluate it and give their comments in the social networks. One of the things you said, you would like to be a shield for business. How do you see the implementation of this goal, and how can you ensure a balance between the information accumulated and defense of private information of the entities? During the martial law, you know that very often our registers are being attacked and we are forced to duplicate this information. And that's why the taxpayers struggle because of these actions, including the tax office. Thank you. It is a very interesting question, by the way. Let me start from the shield. Why I think that BES should be a shield for business? Unfortunately, during two different jurisdictions of different law enforcement bodies, when these crimes are being investigated by different structures and bodies, it happens that sometimes against one entity, different investigations take place and the bodies do not communicate with each other. So nobody knows who does what. That's why my proposal is about the jurisdiction of economic crimes. They will belong to the jurisdiction of BES, and that's what I mean when I talk about the shield. Everything related to business, to economic crimes will be investigated by the body who has the respective jurisdiction and will protect it from other law enforcement bodies. So the entity will know that if there are some crimes or offenses, they will be investigated by this particular law enforcement body without duplicating it. Speaking about analytical information and how it will be stored, we understand that currently the registers of Pentagon can be violated, can be accessed. Nobody can give a 100% protection of information. The hackers can actually get this information, intrude into the registers, and so on. Respectively, in my opinion, this digitalization and this analytical work should decrease the risk in order to increase the number of actions by the perpetrators who want to obtain access to this information. We need to complicate this process, especially for them. But again, let me repeat, it is impossible to protect information for 100% because unfortunately, every system is being attacked at the moment. Thank you for your answer, Mr. Victor.
A question for me. Can you tell us which is the largest structure that you have managed in your professional career?
Дякую, пані Лаура, за запитання. Якщо ми
Thank you
будемо
for your
казати,
question.
то це рівень департаменту центральних
It's
органів
the
виконавчої
Department
влади.
of Central Executive Bodies level on the ministry, in the Ministry of Justice.
Якщо брати в кількості людей, то
In terms of the number of staff, it's about 50 people subordinate to me, and also some territorial offices in the local representative offices.
And can you describe a little bit your managerial action there, and what kind of managerial tools have you implemented? What kind of projects have you pushed forward as a manager?
В Міністерстві юстиції я займався взагалі
In the Ministry
створенням
of Justice, I created the new institution that never existed before. It was the Anti-Raider Office, which was a structural unit within the Ministry of Justice. I created it together with territorial bodies of the Ministry of Justice. We considered the processing of complaints. We did digitalization. We also introduced the register of complaints that made all complaints open and transparent. We did the public highlighting of this process. We also made the register of decisions of a Minister of Justice. When I became the head of this office in 2020, we publicly published all orders from the Minister of Justice starting from 2016. And at that moment, it was about 25,000 of pages of documents that had to be digitalized, published, and then we had to communicate publicly. Because at the moment when everything was published, the information became open to people that was not known aware. And we had to explain when everything was considered in the closed regime in 2016, 17, 18, the legislation did not have any requirements as to transparent process and publication. And according to my initiative, an initiative of the management at that time, we changed we ensured a lot of changes to make the legislation and all the procedures transparent. That's why I'm very grateful to people who worked with me at that time. I want to thank Denise Maluska, to the first deputy minister as well. We were drivers who actually made it possible to create such institution as anti-radar office and build the friendly attitude to this body.
If you are to consider the mandate and the legal competencies of the Bureau for Economic Security, which of your previous employments do you think comes closest to the nature of the work that is being done by the Bureau for Economic Security?
Під час розгляду кожної скарги у Міністерстві
When we
юстиції
considered each complaint,
вдячний, що ви дозволяєте провести ці паралелі.
when I worked in the Ministry of Justice, and thank you for asking this question and making these parallels. We used to be and we used to work as so-called detectives because we needed to find out what was happening in the state registers. And this analytical function, this prevention function after we made this research, this is actually the first feature I find in common between the work I did and BES. The second is the transparency. We have to ensure it in our activity. Thirdly, the availability of territorial offices and using tools in the territorial offices, as well as creating the coordination system. I know that BES also has territorial bodies, which are very important parts of the central body. And in order to facilitate the consideration process, the consideration of complaints, it is important to have them. Also, we communicated with other law enforcement agencies in order to gather information and informing about the possible crimes. And they were actually detected when we filed these complaints. And I think the similar function, theoretically, BES will have if I'm appointed at the position for the position of the director of BES.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dubovic. Jim?
Yes, hi. I have two questions. The first is, I'm sure you must have, when you did your plan, you looked at what are the 5 key focus areas of BES, one of which is obviously fighting economic crimes. But can you tell me what are the other 4? This is public information.
Публічні сфери діяльності,
What do you mean by these focus areas, Mr. Jim?
Well, it's published that the BES has 5 what are called key functions and tasks, and it has 5 focus areas. So I'm just wondering if you made reference to those focus areas in or the key tasks in the plan. I'm not making it up. It's online, so that this is So I'm just asking to see whether you did that kind of basic homework.
Дивіться, я досліджував саме всю
Look, I've
інформацію.
studied all the information that is available about the Bureau of Economic Security, including public reports from 2019 to 2024, and according to those tasks that the BES faces, I can tell you that that's economic security of the state, communication with business and the public, ensuring revenues to the state budget from funds resulting from unlawful actions, analytical function, which might be the most important one, theoretically after my potential appointment, that is ensuring economic stability of the country and investigation of crimes, assessment of risks and threats, and identification of zones of risks as a result of such analytical work. I've probably named more than 5, but I think these are those focus areas that can be the most important in the work of the Bureau of Economic Security.
And with the view that that seems to be held by some, at least, with the state being in some instances predatory when it comes to the private sector, taking advantage of its position. This, and I gather this is at very high levels as well as across agencies. You're coming out of the office of the presidency. So what do you see as, given that may be a public perception, at least from the private sector, I've heard this, what do you see as the greatest obstacles to your success, and how do you think that you are capable of overcoming them? Maybe 3 obstacles.
Давайте почнемо з того, що
Let's start from saying that based on those tasks that I will put for myself as the possible head of the BES, then lots of them, even now, are not stipulated by the law. I mean, the procedure of their resolution. So firstly, complexity is to bring the legislation in compliance with those tasks that I will present for the society, for the state, for citizens, for business, and the legislative regulation of all of these procedures. That's the first challenge that, in my opinion, will be difficult. Another complicated challenge is completion of those procedures that are already set out by the law on the BES regarding re-attestation of the staff and conduct of the renewal of the staff. And the third challenge is building an institutionally independent structure that will perform those tasks that are set out by the law and not by someone else. I think that these are 3 challenges that will be the most difficult. Mr. Donatas is a bit sad looking.
No, he's waiting for his turn. He doesn't want to intervene. Jim, any more questions?
No, thank you, no.
Thank you very much.
Дякую, пане
Donatas.
Джиме.
Thank you, Mr. Jim.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Mr. Victor, can you recall the last decision made as a manager, last wrong decision or last bad decision, and which one you admitted to your subordinates that you were wrong? So you made a decision, understood that it's a wrong, and you admitted to your subordinates that it's a wrong. Tell me about it.
Да, пане Донатасе, дуже дякую.
Yes, Mr. Donatas, thank you so much for this question. Unfortunately, I have that instances as well. We do not have people with perfect decisions. Probably, if only perfect decisions were taken, we would have lived in some different society. Probably for me, that was a decision in the form of inviting people to work with me who could not, due to their own ideas, knowledge, perform the complex tasks, and their level of knowledge did not correspond to my expectations when I was offering them jobs. So yes, I had some mistakes with hiring people. I admit that publicly. This person realized that this person was subject to other requirements regarding the competence. So this person resigned, and each of my subordinates saw that I was admitting such mistakes and that I was taking decisions that would be aimed at resolving complex tasks.
I understand, but apart from decisions on hiring people, other decisions? Because you presented that you made lots of improvements, lots of everything, and inevitably when you do a lot, you make some mistakes. You know. Can you remember any mistake or wrong decision you made?
Дякую, пане Донатас.
Thank you, Mr.
наприклад,
Donatas. For example, in addition to hiring decisions, I can tell you that I had mistakes with the incorrect formulation of the tasks for my subordinates that they were supposed to perform. And accordingly, based on the formulation of the task, they could not meet my expectations, not because of their lack of competence, but because I was the one who incorrectly set the task. And after that, I analyzed and all of that, and I admitted to my subordinates that they failed to perform it in a proper way, not because they were doing that, but because I, as their manager, did not give them the proper formulation of the task.
Can you be more particular? What exactly? How you formulated the task? What kind of
Я
task?
сформулював завдання щодо
I formulated the task regarding drafting a provision of the law in the form in which it would work, in my opinion. But after respective consultations, it became clear that this provision would not be able to be enforced. So the original wording had to be changed.
Thank you very much. Tatiana, I saw that you had a question. I don't know if you still have it, but I want to stress that again. We are running out of time. It has been a very informative discussion. Tatiana?
Дякую. Дякую, пані
Thank you.
Лаура.
Thank you, Madam Laura. Mr. Victor,
Про ваші сильні сторони ми вже багато чого
we've
почули.
heard a lot about your strengths. Please,
Три
name
слабкі
your
сторони.
3 weaknesses.
Дякую, пані Тетяно, за таке.
Thank you, Madam Tatiana, for such an interesting question.
Я думаю, що однією
I think that one of my biggest weaknesses is overly long planning horizon, even though sometimes it seems to be logical and appropriate. But usually when I plan some work, I'm taking this long period of time until when it should be completed. And the other one is sometimes I overly trust people and I have a better opinion about people than I should have. And the other one is lots of questions that I can ask in the process of performing some tasks and obtaining information that I need in my work. I can be too detailed during the process of getting such answers, and I may demand these detailed descriptions. Not everyone likes that, but you know, the devil is in the details, as we all know. That's why I'm trying to find out details in each sphere of my work.
Характеристики ви відносите до слабких сторін.
So you consider this to be a weakness.
Що ще раз? Не почув.
Характеристики ті, що ви назвали, ви вважаєте слабкими.
These things that you've named, you believe to be weaknesses. In my work, yes. And sometimes they even interfere with my life.
Yeah, when you ask for too many details, it can become problematic, yes. Mr. Dubovik, it was a pleasure to be speaking with you. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for going through all the process for the selection. I want to stress what Tatiana said. Please feel free to publicize things. I want to assure you that we are closely monitoring what our candidates are putting, in the public space. So we read, of course, and we keep up to date. I want to pass the floor to you for the last remarks. Please don't take more than 1-2 minutes, but maybe you want to touch upon some of the things that were not touched upon to the right length, or just to express your thoughts at the end of the interview.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much, dear Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Laura. The only issue that I would like to clarify before I address you with my final remarks, still we have the unresolved issue of unresponded requests which I've sent to the Commission. These requests concerned the process evaluation of practical assignments, and your email inbox contains lots of such requests. So I will be grateful if I get responses to these public requests. And as final remarks, I would like to say that I'm fully aware of the responsibility that the heads of the BES would have. For me, this position is not about ambition. That's about implementation of those ideas, professional and civil position that I have. And these ideas should be implemented for the sake of the country, business, and citizens. I really want that my professional competence that is based not only in experience of working in public institutions, but which is also based on managing private structures. And it consists in the ability to take justified, independent, and well-motivated decisions. Throughout my entire career, I have worked honestly. I have complied with principles of legality, transparency, professionalism, and integrity. And for me, this is not a motto, that is my daily practice. Even those questions that you asked me today concerned activities of those persons whom I could not influence, unfortunately. And my will in them in the future being recognized as lacking integrity could not exist. We have a wonderful decision of the Supreme Court which defines integrity as the positive moral quality that is determined by consciousness and will of the person. I would like to emphasize will, which is a sustainable feature of the person, their lifestyle and action. That is a quality that demonstrates capacity and readiness to personally be oriented in principles of good and fairness in activities and work. I'm ready to work openly, transparently, and responsibly, and not for the politics, but for the citizens and the state. Thank you so much for your attention today. I would like to express my gratitude to all Commission members and to Mr. Donatus personally, because we've had the longest conversation with him today. And I hope that the Commission will continue communication with other candidates in the same tempo that you had today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dubovik. Please feel free to disconnect.
Дякую.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are a bit, 4 minutes late for the next candidate. Please invite him over. Thank you very much for being with us today. You are the last competitor today to be interviewed. We apologize for the little delay in connecting. Our previous interview ran a little bit over. Let me just briefly explain how the interviews work, although I'm sure by now all the candidates are fully aware of the rules. So we start with an introduction of not more than 2 minutes about yourself. Then we go to the module of integrity, where we spend about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on the issues raised. Then we will pass you the floor again to do a 5 minutes presentation of your professional background and of your vision to reform the Bureau for Economic Security. And then we will start a conversation regarding your professional background and the said vision. We intend to spend between 1 hour and 1 hour and 30 minutes on this conversation. Please bear in mind that some of the issues that we have discussed about in the exchange of messages that we have had, some of these issues may also pop up in the interview today, because it is important that this procedure is conducted transparently and that people understand both questions from the Commission and answers of the candidate, so that everybody can have trust in the process and trust in the future head of the Bureau for Economic Security. With that, I will pass you the floor, Mr. Vahomov, to make a brief presentation about yourself in about 2 minutes.
Thank you. Dear members of the Commission, my participation in this competition is a mature, independent choice. All my professional life, I had ambitious challenges to undertake, and I've always provided worthy results. When I worked in the law enforcement sphere, I either created the cyber security department. While working in the private sector, I was creating companies, I was centralizing functions, I was responsible for digital transformation. In each case, these were extremely difficult tasks that required thoroughly planned decisions, strategies, resistance, as well as leadership and responsibility. For the third year now, together with the team and partners from the US and the EU, I have been working with reforms in the law enforcement and judiciary spheres. Jointly, we have implemented over 10 initiatives that are already changing the state. I'm proud of these results, and I'm sure that I have proved that the trust of stakeholders, international partners, has been right. We have never implemented reforms for the sake of reforms. We always subject them to the key goal, to make Ukraine strong. That's why we choose every project thoroughly. We are looking for the point of the highest effectiveness. And we are looking for a place where we can change the paradigm, where we can create a new institutional quality. Last year, within the framework of international project on digital transformation, I was analyzing internal processes. I tried to understand those problems and those needs that the Bureau has as in depth. And I realized its unique potential. This is the institution that can radically decrease the level of systemic corruption, that can ensure equal rules of the game for business, thereby increasing investment attractiveness of Ukraine. That is the point of maximum effectiveness that I see. Yes, it's extremely difficult and ambitious challenge, and I'm aware of all the risks and responsibility, but I'm convinced that I'm ready for that. And all my previous experience in law enforcement bodies, in corporate governance, and in reforms confirms that. I sincerely believe that the reformed BES is capable of establishing new standards of quality in public governance and become the real leader of changes. And for this vision and for this belief, I will fight today. Dear Commission members, I'm ready to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Tatiana, do you want to start?
Дякую. Так,
Thank
дякую,
you.
пані
Yes,
Лаура.
thank you, Madam Laura.
Пане Руслане,
Mr.
за
Ruslan,
даними майнових декларацій,
according to
щодо
information from
кандидатів,
asset declarations for
які
2023-2024 that
та
have been
пакети
corrected,
документів
and the
кандидата з
package of
метою
documents of the
участі в конкурсі на
candidate for
зайняття посади
participation in the
директора
competition for the
безпеки,
position of the director of
місцем
the BES,
фактичного
the
проживання
place of actual residence
вас і вашої сім'ї,
of
пане водій,
yours and
вказано
your
Київська
family
область,
members is
Обухівський район,
Kyiv region, Obuchiv district,
Феодосіївська територіальна громада,
Feodosivska
село
territorial
Іванкович,
community,
вулиця
village of
Заліська,
Ivankova,
19А.
Zalisa Street, 19A. At the same
об'єктів
time,
нерухомого майна
in the
немає жодного
declaration, there is
розташованого
no
за цією
residential
адресою.
house located at this address.
Поясніть, будь ласка,
Can you
чому
please
так?
explain why
Дякую.
we have this discrepancy? Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about your position about personal data. Are we allowed to announce this personal data online or not? If you need to hide the personal details or don't want to disclose them, just provide a request to the commission. It's a private address. That's what I mean. Okay, let me answer on the subject matter. In 2023, I moved to this address because one of the houses has been completed and it allows living in it. I have 4 objects located on this plot, and these houses are being commissioned at the moment. Unfortunately, the competition was a little bit extended. I even have an act on commissioning this house, and starting from Monday, I will re-register the house. But unfortunately, first, according to the rules of Ukraine, you construct the house, you get the technical passport, you commission it, and all this time you need to collect the respective documents. And every time you have to go back and forth. It takes some time. But currently, I'm commissioning all these houses. Thank you, Ruslan. Also, question regarding your property. According to satellite images, the declared objects under construction make up one residential house. Why are you registering them as separate houses, separate buildings? I've provided detailed explanation in written form. I even provided a map how these houses are being located. One of these buildings is standing separately. 2 of them are standing very close. Now the technical inventory has been completed. The total area is a little bit less than you just indicated. First of all, these 2 objects that look like one are located on different land plots. They have separate entrances, and you can see these on satellite images. Each of them are connected to electrical grid. They have own accounts in the electric company DTAG. Every building has its own foundation, has its own entrance, walls, which are not joint walls, and separate cover, roof. We have kids with my wife. We want some privacy, but we also want our children to have some privacy and to be independent. It is important for them to live close to us, under our control, but separately. This is how we try to develop some autonomy. Dear colleagues, do you have questions regarding this property, maybe?
So basically, you separate it because you want your kids to be able to use other parts of the property independently, but still close to you.
Yes. There is a passage. There is some passage you can use to get into our house, or we can get into their house. It is important during the winter period. So if you need to get into our house, you need to put your winter clothes on, which is not convenient. That's why we decided to make a passage between 2 buildings. It's a good idea. We also have the same passage between the buildings in our university, and we often use it. The next question, please.
У майновій декларації за 2023 рік
In the declaration for 2023, your declaration has acquired 26 land plots. In 2018, it was village Ivankova. The general area, total area, is 65,000 square meters. According to the advertisement, the cost of the land plot amounts to $1,000. You declare a different amount, which is which is 20 times less than the market price. Let me explain. From the point of view of the cost of any land plot, the location is quite important, but it is not the only one factor that affects the price. Also, we should include such factors as communications, lighting, gas available, geography, geology, size. Is it a part of a cottage place or an independent land plot? The slope of the land plot. What technical documents are available for this land plot? Is there any address registered, and so on? So many other factors as well. For example, if we take Opel Vectra and Mercedes and Maybach, both of them have 4 seats, 4 wheels, but they are very different. That's why location is very important. Another question, that the price that is announced and people want to sell their property can be different. I don't know which website you actually used to take this price. I hope that you took real contracts. But even around the place I live, there are different land plots which are being on sale, and they're being on sale for 2 or 3 years or free. The value of the land is different from what we can find online.
Дякую.
Thank
Нам
you.
відомо, що з приводу
We know
зазначених земельних ділянок, а саме зазначені земельні ділянки, в тому числі були предметом
that
кримінального
the land plots, namely this specific land plot, was the subject of the criminal proceedings.
Що ви можете повідомити з цього приводу?
Could you please give us information about this case? When we bought this land plot, in 1 or 2 months, the local activist submitted a complaint to local prosecution office. My wife and I were called to the prosecution office, submitted documents, and showed the procedure how we bought these land plots, provided documents confirming the compensation expenses received by the state when they were privatized. We have also received these documents from the sellers. And after we have confirmed the fact, we have never had any issues with prosecution office. But later I found out from the neighbors that each of my neighbor had such conversations with the prosecution office, and I actually have an impression that it's a general practice. It was 2018. Well, since that time, I never had any issues with prosecution office. Dear colleagues, any other questions,
Is
please?
the case closed?
Я насправді не можу перевірити, бо в мене немає
I
доступу
can't check because I don't have an access to the Unified Register of Pretrial Investigations. But as far as I know, yes, it was closed.
Was your wife or were you represented by someone in the dialogue with the prosecutors? Or you represented yourself, or your wife represented herself?
І я, і моя дружина представляли
My
себе
wife
самостійно.
and myself represented ourselves together. We arrived to the office together, and it was the only time we visited the prosecution office in this regard.
Okay, thank
Якби
you.
я бачив, що ситуація розвивається якимось
If I noticed that situation is being developing in the opposite direction, of course, I would actually ask for legal assistance, but it seemed fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Yuri?
Дякую. Шановний
Thank you,
пане Руслане, я бачу в матеріалах
Mr. Ruslan.
справи вашого досьє.
I have read the materials of your dossier, and I have noticed that you are getting a PhD in philosophy. Is that correct?
Але мене що здивувало? Ви
I was very surprised by the fact that you have 3 educations in law, law enforcement activity, and also degree in economy. Actually 4 degrees. But according to the information available to myself, I know about 3. Medical, law enforcement, Academy of Internal Affairs, and degree in economy.
В сфері політології.
Yes, but now it's degree in politology, political science. Why did you decide to get a degree in political science as your basic education in different fields? If we talk about specialization, I try actually to broaden my mindset. I want to understand how the country works, the state works. I want to understand how the branches influence and correlate with each other. What is the topic of your thesis? The topic of my thesis is digitalization of judiciary in Ukraine. If it is interesting for you, I can explain why I have chosen this topic. Yes, of course, later. Is it a budget or a contract form of studying? It's a contract. So, well, I think it's mixed. I think it's mixed. What do you mean by mixed?
Я, чесно кажучи, не зможу вам дати на це відповідь.
Well, I can't provide an answer to this question. I attend classes during the day, so and definitely I've concluded a contract.
Ви закінчили університет достатньо давно.
You have graduated from university long ago. The bachelor degree you have received in 2005, master's degree in 2006, and in 2023 you became an associate professor. So you started to be interested in science. Then in 2022, the large scale invasion happened. Could you please tell me, did you decide to continue studying in order to be expelled from the military service? Let me explain, please. I was participating in the audit performed by my team as to digitalization of judiciary. I actually consider myself as an expert because I can talk both with the prosecutors, with operational staff, investigators. And I think my knowledge is enough for the judiciary as well. When I started to dig deeper, I found out that it's totally a separate planet, another planet in the world. In my understanding, they have different values, they have different context, different dimension. And for that reason, first of all, in order to become and to have the respective expertise, to be a part of the expert team, and I need to provide a concept, I need to develop this concept, I need to be an expert. So I had two choices, either to become a judge or to have an academic experience that could guarantee and prove that I have the right to offer something. Thank you very much. I just try to correlate how you manage to study as the associate professor and other aspects of your life. You actually avoided to answer my question as to the military service. Okay. I entered the university in 2023. Secondly, I'm a director of the critical and strategic enterprise. If I actually needed to be exempted from the military service, I would definitely use an option as working at the strategic enterprise, because the place where I work is a critical enterprise. The procedure would be much simpler than to go and study. Thank you, clear. Thank you. And I have two last questions related to your education. So you are an associate professor. How do you manage to combine your studying and other activities that you do? It is very convenient. We have the days when we have lectures. I attend them online. We have both lectures, we have seminars, we have workshops. So we connect online. we are present at the classes. I attend 90% of classes, and I can attend them from my working place. I try to plan my working day to be able to work and to study. And actually, it helps to somehow switch from the daily work to studying and to broaden my mind, so to speak. Actually supervising my students as well. I have some students. Could you please tell me on what stage your thesis is? Do you have some publications available? Yes, I have an article as for application of artificial intelligence. It's already been published. I'm writing this second article. Currently, I have finished the first part of it, but unfortunately, because of the interview, I had to suspend it a little bit. I wish you success. How many sections do you have in your thesis? I have 4 big sections and subsections, actually 3 subsections in each section. Well, it's a very serious work, I should say. Good luck to you. I don't have any more questions for this block of questions.
Thank you very much. If I may come back to the issue of property of your wife, just to finish up where we started. So these 26 plot lands, which are close to Kiev, can you tell us how much did your wife pay for them?
Це, близько до Києва, 35 кілометрів.
It is 35 kilometers to Kiev, just to clarify. We have paid $57,000.
$57,000. And where did your wife get the money for this procurement?
Ця покупка – це наші спільні заощадження,
These
які
are our
мною
common savings that we have saved from the official salary. I have provided confirmation on my salary to the commission, and also we did some savings on the deposit account and received some money from it, some dividends, but they are not very significant to mention them now. The main source for 90% is the official income from my salary.
Okay, we noted that in your 4th declaration, which was submitted in March 2025, you declared the loan taken by your wife. Can you discuss a little bit this loan? Why was it declared only in March 2025? How much is it, and what's her relationship with the person that gave her the loan? It's a private person, if I understand correctly. I don't need a name necessarily, but what's the relationship and why is it not taken from a bank?
Дякую. Звертатися до банку в таких випадках, якщо є можливість звернутися.
In these cases, when you have an opportunity to ask your friend to help, there is no need to go to the bank because you need to go through additional procedures when applying for the loan. Speaking about the friends, we know them for more than 20 years. Our families are very friendly, and my wife knows them very well. It was very convenient. It was in 2021. At that time, my wife and I considered an opportunity to increase our restaurant business, and we were preparing for this. I've provided this information in written form. I don't want to repeat myself, not to waste time. We took a loan. I have indicated this loan in my declaration. However, when I filled in the declaration, there were some technical errors. If you stay in the system for 30 or 40 minutes, the system fails to remember what I fill in. My declaration is huge, and it was my first experience to fill in the declaration. I have never done this before. If it was a regular practice and I just needed to add new information, there would be no such mistake. I also made 3 other mistakes. I have eliminated them, and I have informed Commission about these mistakes and that I corrected them.
And the value of the loan?
Сумарна сума $420,000.
It was $420,000.
Have you paid it back in the meantime? It was taken in 2021.
Це було в 2021 році.
Yes, it
Станом
was
на
in
сьогодні
2021. As of now, we did not return it. The assets allow us to give them back at any moment, but according to the agreement that we have, we are obliged to return them by the end of 2026. However, we have oral agreement with the lenders that we can return them at their first request. If their circumstances change and they will ask earlier, then we will just return this money back to them.
Thank you very much. Oleg?
Дякую, пане Руслане. В контексті того, що вже ми проговорили,
In the context that we have already discussed, I have a number of clarification
з
questions.
приводу 26 земельних ділянок.
Let's go back again to 26 land plots. Please give us the total area. 650 acres.
Десь 1 сотка в районі $90.
So 1 acre will be 90,000. 85 actually. There is a cottage place nearby. They also wanted to buy this land plots, this pool of land plots, so to speak. And they wanted to buy it for $50. The seller was ready to buy for 100. I actually agreed on a less amount. I asked this question because even today you said that there are some land plots with a cost of $1,000, $2,000 price. Well, this is a significant difference from the price, from the value that you paid for the land plot. Let me clarify. They are being on sale for years and they are not sold yet. In the case that I mentioned, it's a pool of land plots. It's not just one for 25 acres. There are a lot of people who want to buy this 25 acres, but just a few of them want to buy 26 land plots and can afford themselves to buy it. I would like to say that $57,000 for such a land plot, I think there will be willing people who can afford to buy. But this is my assumption, of course.
Якщо вам відомо,
If you know, what is the current sale price for the land plots, apart from those that have not been sold for years, like the average sale price? Which particular land plots nearby to yours in your areas, they are not being sold? Like there are no land plots that have been sold. I would like to tell you that people come to me and to offer me to buy them for $500 per 100 square meters, but I'm not ready to buy them at that price. Okay, thank you. I would also like to go back to the loan, in fact, to those amounts that your wife received. And at the same time, as far as I know, as we have information, you also provided a loan at that time. Is that correct? Yes. In the amount of almost $300,000. I think it was $320,000. Why am I asking this? You've explained why your wife took a loan in order to develop the restaurant business, maybe some other plans, goals. But during that period of time, you also gave away money as a loan. So instead of accumulating these funds for the development of your ideas, you gave a loan to other people, but basically your wife got the loan in the same amount, more or less. How can you explain that? Then let me provide more context. 2021, my wife and I realized that we are ready to develop restaurant business. For that, we needed external financing. We are going to our friends and asking whether they could give us this external financing. And they told us, yes, we do, but if necessary, please repay it at once. So we've agreed that, and we took this external loan from them. Then we started doing all the organizational measures. We planned through which legal entity we were going to do that, what would be the plan, where we saw some possible real estate object with which we could work in order to develop the business. Back then, my friend came up to me, whom we met during the construction, and he told me that he had a large cash deficit. He was entering the project that he is ready to perform, but he lacked turnover capital. And if he could get my help, then he would be happy. And I realized that in the next 3-6 months, after all, I would not use the capital that I had. So the possibility to help existed, but there were some risks. And the risks were showing that theoretically his project may fail. So I agree with him as follows. He insures this amount through his own property. So it happens. Half a year passed, the war starts. He could not repay the loan because his project failed because of the start of the full-scale invasion, and he did not get the payment. For about a year, we were talking about this possible repayment, and after that, I opened procedures on court enforcement, and right now we are selling the property that was used as collateral for that loan. Mr. Ruslan, one more question in this context. Can you please confirm or refute that persons who provided a loan to your wife are employees of LLC for Cycle Ukraine that is supporting to you? Yes, indeed. But as of the moment of providing the loan, they were not. They were not employees of that. Okay. I just wanted to ask in this context for viewers to understand the situation so that it would not look like some scheme of legalization of funds. But if they were not employees, no, back then they were not employees. But again, I would like to repeat that we've known each other for about 20-30 years. These are our long-standing friends. Okay, clear. Thank you.
You said that you had a collateral for your loan, the loan that you gave, yeah? The one of $320,000. What is the collateral? Because you're saying you're enforcing through court order, you're selling it. What is the collateral and how much do you expect the collateral to be sold for?
That is the land plot and the house constructed on it in Kyiv region. Right now, I do not know how much we can get for it because it has to be sold at open tender through the court procedure, and we cannot forecast that. As of the moment when we took it as collateral, in my opinion, the value was about $400,000 or $500,000, but I do not know the current price.
Okay, but again, thank you for explaining this story about loans. If you would be able to go back in time, do you think you would do the same calculation? Your wife getting a loan of $400,000 and at the same time you giving a loan to someone else while you are planning to expand your business? I mean, is this good management? I'm trying to understand. Because yes, you may be able to sell the collateral, you may be able to sell it for a good price, but still this is a hassle, right?
Madam Laura, if I could go back in time and knew for sure that the war would start, probably I would have taken other decisions. But if back then I would go back in time and knew the same amount of information as I knew back then, probably based on the information I had, I would have taken the same decision.
Okay. If we don't have more questions on these property elements, maybe we can talk again about going back in time. So I'm looking at your professional career. You worked quite a number of years for the state in various positions, mainly cybersecurity, anti-human trafficking positions, quite impressive resume. And then you made the shift to the private sector, to the group of Mr. Akhmetov. Can you explain how this decision came about? And again, if you would be able to go back in time, would you make the same decision?
100% я зробив би те саме
For
рішення.
100%, yes, I would have done the same decision. And let me tell you about the context. In 2011, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where I used to work back then, was headed by Minister Zakharchenko, and he started changing the team. Back then, I felt that I, as the head, was subject to pressure. From the perspective of some tasks, the management would see performed differently. There were requests to create some bottom farms or to influence the public consciousness or to recruit so-called hackers. I realized that it contradicted to the culture that I developed in the unit that I was creating. I tried to recreate the unit which I saw in the FBI when I was internship there, and I wanted to create the same culture. And I realized that I was not ready to perform these tasks, and I was not ready to talk to my employees to make them perform these tasks. So during the period from the end of 2011 until March of 2012, I completed all the project which I planned. I finished reorganizing the department. I think back then I had to wait for the adoption of amendments to the criminal code on the change of jurisdiction to finalize key cases like XUA. And then I decided not to continue my work in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. When I left the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I should say that I had no property. Basically, I had zero, maybe just like some thousands of dollars. That's all I had. But I left with the reputation of the person who knew how to build a team, who knew how to build projects and to achieve results. And during the first month, I got several job offers to which I responded. When I was thinking about the company where I would like to work, of course, I wanted to go to a big systemic business in order to get new experience. And I was choosing for myself whether it should be a technological company abroad or whether it should be some national company. The technical company abroad was attractive in terms of its culture and possibilities to develop myself abroad. But in this case, my investments, intellectual ones, would bring benefits to the foreign company. But I wanted to invest into Ukraine. For me, that was really important. So then I checked which large, serious companies existed on the territory of Ukraine, and I found only several few. Systems Capital Management was the largest and the most mature company back then in 2012. It had built processes, built management. I had something to learn there. I had several offers from different companies from the structure of system management, and I chose the one where I thought that it would be more interesting, where the culture would be more interesting, and where probably I had new experience for myself.
Did you at the time know, or have you met in the meantime, the beneficial owner of these companies, Mr. Akhmetov?
Я хочу зазначити, що
I would like to specify that I've never in my life met, have never been in the same premises, have never talked by phone or by other communication modes with Rinat Akhmetov. I've never received any tasks from him, either directly or indirectly. Moreover, I will tell you that I've never met director of SKM, and I've never got any tasks from him. If the commission decides that it's appropriate, I'm ready to undergo lie detector and to confirm that I have no commitments to Rinat Akhmetov or to ITKM Group or to Media Group Ukraine.
But yet you are the director of many legal entities connected with the group, including 3 that are placed in Cyprus. Is that correct?
Повторіть, будь ласка, питання.
Can you please repeat your question?
You act as the director for many entities in this group, and some of them are placed in Cyprus. Is that correct? I'm trying to understand how this works, because to me it's a bit specific. Let's not say strange that you never met the owner of the companies that you are directing. I'm trying to understand. So please explain.
Давайте уточнимо.
Let me clarify. The group of SKM companies has from 300 to 500,000 people as employees. Media Group Ukraine is a company inside the group of companies, and it had about 4,000, 4,500 employees. So it's a small company from the perspective of the overall business. And it happened that I, as the operational director, was subordinate to the general director of Media Group, and I was getting tasks from him. When I worked in different companies, all of these companies were included into Media Group Ukraine, where I was the operational director. So I did not go beyond the Media Group Ukraine. So I've never reached the level of SKM, and I've never reached the level of the owner of this group.
And what is the role of the three companies in your group that are resident in Cyprus?
На момент, коли медіагрупа
As of the
Україна
moment when Media Group Ukraine had its activities, then these companies were responsible for storing rights of intellectual property. So they were like the content library. But since mid-2022, Media Group Ukraine has announced about this termination of its activities. So right now, all the companies are at the stage of liquidation.
Donatas, is it a question about this? Because I just have a follow-up question on the sale of.
Yeah. It's
Yes,
the
go ahead,
question
go ahead.
about this, because Ruslan, you have mentioned that Media is quite a small business comparing to the whole big enterprise, but we should all understand that media is not about business. Media is about influence. Yeah, probably, and it's still, it means that it's quite a significant and important part of the whole enterprise. But the question mine was also related to what you mentioned, that you had a reputation, of a good and honest police officer who were looking for a new job. But just to remind you, you were 24 years old at that particular time when you left the police. Yeah. So we all probably understand that not so much of a reputation as a big, huge and good manager, which could go directly into the director of administration. Yeah. So that is really hard to believe that straight after the deputy of Department for Combating Cybercrime and Human Trafficking, you would go somewhere in the big one thing, that you be in such a good expert in your 24 years that you would be in a position to choose where you want to work, and everyone would be fighting for you, and then you would go straight into the director of administration just without anyone knowing you personally. So somebody had to know you personally and say, hey, Ruslan, come on, join our company. Okay, so can you comment on that?
Дякую.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Donatas, I'm sorry, but I had to correct you. When I resigned, I was 27 years old, not 24. And back then, I think I was the head of the department for 2 or 3 years. First of all, when I resigned, I went to work to a small company that was only created in the structure of the Media Group Ukraine. I can tell you about my previous experience as well, because to become the head of the department at 24, 25 in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, probably that was the first time when it happened. But when I moved to work, I moved to the position of the administrative director in Digital Screens company. At that time, it was a company in the group, and it was just created. That was the operator of BOD content OTT platform. I do not know whether you know, like Netflix, but just smaller and Ukrainian companies. I moved to work there more as a person who had to ensure protection of rights of intellectual property, because Media Group of Ukraine bought content for this platform from Universal 20th Century Fox and other companies like that. And they invested millions of dollars into that, but still there was like lots of pirate content. Giga, UFR content was also bought and then it was stolen as well. So Media Group Ukraine was looking for ways how to protect that. And they saw the specialist in me who could do that. Then my career developed. I did not become the operational director at once. At first, I was administrative director of these digital screens. This company had 25 people when I joined it. And as of the moment of my resignation, then I had 200 employees. Then I became the administrative director of Media Group Ukraine. Then I became the director of the regional group. Then 3 years later, I became the operational director of the Media Group Ukraine.
Okay, thank you for clarification. Back to you.
Якщо, будь ласка, маленьке уточнення.
Just one more clarification. 4,500 people is a small company, but from one hand, but it's still a large company on the other hand.
Ви сказали, що це маленьке.
You said that it's a small.
4,500?
4,5 тисячі людей.
Yes, 405,000 people in the company.
In which one?
Media Group
Media Group Ukraine.
Oh, yeah,
It
yeah,
has
yeah.
4,500 employees. You said that it's literally a small business, so I decided to disappear.
No.
Sorry.
This is what you said, but in the whole enterprise, the media is just very small business. So, yeah. I'm not saying that it's a small company.
Oleg.
Дякую. Ну, деякі уточнення для себе, насправді,
Thank you. I want
досить,
to
пане Руслане,
clarify
до вас
something for
запитання.
myself.
Досить така складна схема цих
It's a
переходів,
very
тому
complicated
подібне.
scheme
Я
of
хочу
you
для
moving
себе
from one
пояснити
company to
цю
another. So I
позицію,
would like to clarify for
зрозуміти.
myself just to understand your position in this regard.
В якийсь момент Медіагрупа
At one
Україна
point,
вийшла,
Media
так,
Group
з
Ukraine
структури
left
пана Рената Ахметова.
Mr. Rinat Akhmetov's structure.
Ні.
Is that correct? No, they just closed. It happened in 2022. They have announced about termination of their business activity. Why I'm asking you this question?
Ви говорите, що не мали
You
відношення,
said
мали
that you had
спілкування,
no
але
relations,
от
no
наскільки навіть
communication
наші
with him.
аналітики встановили,
But our
що
analysts
контрольні
have
Медіагрупи
established
Україна,
that
канали,
the
не
channels
знаю,
controlled by
інші
Media Group
платформи,
and
вони
other
досить
platforms
активно
are
публікували,
quite
ну, скажімо
actively
так,
published different
підтримуючи
information
відеоролики
and
і іншу
videos
інформацію щодо
and other
діяльності
information
пана Ахметова.
supporting Mr. Akhmetov.
Як це відбувалося загалом? Яка
How
ваша
did it
позиція
happen in
була
general?
до розміщення
What
цього
was
контенту?
your attitude, your position for publishing this content?
частину тези, які сказав
I
Донатас.
will actually answer part of the question asked by Donatas first. Media Group does information activity, and Donatas said it's not about business, it's about influence. But during these 10 years, when I used to work there, it should be a business. And my task was to make it a business. We have to control the expenditures, we needed planning, increase the efficiency, and so on. That was my work. And separately, there was an information line. I actually had no relation to this information activity, and I don't have a respective education and background. At the same time, I was responsible for digitalization, for protection of intellectual property, the security service inside the company, internal supervision and control, and many others. I also, as operational director, did some restructuring and reorganization inside the company. I also worked with the project management. That was my field of responsibility as well. These questions are asked just to dispel the doubts that have raised within the society. We need to ask these questions within this interview in order to clarify all these issues, and thank you for responding.
Are you aware of the situation when a transaction was blocked in the bank, a transaction of about $300,000 of the Media Group? And can you explain more to us about the reasons for blocking that transactions and what happened in the court, if it was unblocked or it stayed blocked, or what happened? Do you have any knowledge of this?
Пані Лоро, можливо, ви щось маєте інше на увазі.
Maybe you're asking transactions for $3,000. I actually don't know what you're talking about.
$300,000.
300 тисяч. А транзакції від кого і на кого?
What transaction from whom and to whom?
So my understanding is that Media Group has been part of a transaction at a certain point, maybe 2022, and the transaction was blocked by a court as a suspicious transaction, as a mock transaction, and I'm thinking you as as a part of the management of the company would be aware of this.
Якщо це стосується мене, то можливо мова
If it is about me,
іншу ситуацію.
and you're probably talking about a different situation. I have court proceeding with private bank, and within this court proceeding, there is an amount, $300,000. If you're talking about Media Group and the blocked transaction by the court, this is the first time I hear about this transaction. I've never had this.
So the transaction is not connected to the Media Group. That's what you're telling me, right? The transaction that
Якщо це про Приватбанк,
potentially
дозвольте я
blocked.
розкажу
If
цю
you're asking
ситуацію.
me about the private bank, then
is
I would
between you
clarify
and the
it.
private bank, or between your wife and the private bank?
Є суд між мною і
There is
Приватбанком.
a court proceeding between me and private bank and my wife and private bank.
Can you explain a little bit about this?
Звичайно. Звичайно, і
Of course.
насправді з великим задоволенням це хочу
And
пояснити, тому що
actually with
багато
pleasure,
було спекуляцій в медіа
because there was a lot of speculation as to that. In 2022, when we made a decision to restore our restaurant business, and Irpin was released at that time, we tried to open the restaurant, and we decided to invest to the company of my wife to give her an opportunity to launch the activity of the restaurant, and was ready to expand this restaurant business and look for additional premises. I came to Private Bank and said that I want to invest for 3.5 million hryvnias, that is approximately
трошки більше. Я написав заяву.
So I submitted a request. I have described the sources of my funds and also provided the certificate of income. And I had enough funds to give it as a guarantee. I also provided documents about the activity of the company. I provided the document why I'm planning to do it. The private bank has verified the documents and approved this transaction. I have done the transaction. The funds happened on the account of my wife. She had made the respective transactions as well. But after that, and here I need to mention, the court did not block anything, and there is no violation. In a month after this transaction was conducted, Private Bank has blocked it. The bank decided that there are some suspicious mock operations, and actually it was not clear on which grounds they have based this suspicion and closed our accounts. We could neglect this fact, but I know how the banking system is working. And also there is an exchange of information between the banks, and one system bank, Private Bank, says that this is a suspected object and provides information to other bank, actually put some reputation risks for myself and my family, and I care about reputation. And because of that, I filed a complaint against Private Bank, and on the 9th of July, I will have the court hearing, and I will be present there physically. I will witness there, and I will get an explanation, hopefully, why the bank violated the procedure. If bank has a suspicion, any kind of suspicion, they have to take all measures in order to confirm or dispel. For that reason, they had to address me directly with a request to send a request to the company of my wife, the tax office, or other borders with information and collect the whole picture. The Private Bank did not verify any information. I think that the risk system has worked automatically, and somebody responsible for the system made this decision. And as it is a state bank, they are not allowed to neglect this decision just to cancel it. So it is not an individual situation just related to my case. There is even the practice. The Supreme Court made a decision in the cases like that. And I actually base my explanation on the decision of the Supreme Court. Once again, this amount was not blocked, and the court is not about money at all. It's about reputation.
It's about reputation, but the transaction, to be very clear, the transaction was between you and the company of your wife. You and the company of your wife, or who were the two parties in the transaction?
Між мною і компанією дружини, я і компанією дружини.
Me and the company of my wife.
You and the company of your wife. And why were you giving her a loan? Why did you feel that that was needed? It was related to the business in Irpin. She was intending to invest and increase her presence in Irpin.
Ми планували розширення
We
ресторанного
planned expanding our restaurant business, and for that reason, we wanted to buy the corporate rights of the company that had the premises and wanted to reopen our restaurant there.
Okay.
По суті, це додаткове
So
приміщення,
it was an additional premises that we planned to use to expand our business.
Okay, but the money reached the accounts of your wife.
Гроші поступили на рахунок
Yes,
дружини.
they came, they ended up on the accounts, and after that, ended up on the accounts of the seller of corporate rights. And after that, the corporate right owner transferred this ownership rights, and we have premises. So the money were not blocked. Everything that needed to happen, happened, and we are ready to provide this evidence in the court.
And the court proceedings related to this affair are still ongoing, and you say that you have the next hearing on the 9th of July. Is that correct?
Так, 9 липня ми
Correct.
Yes, on the 9th of July, there will be court hearing.
Tatiana, I think, was first, and then Oleg.
А розкажіть, будь ласка, детальніше, у якої
Please
компанії
give
ви
us more details from
компанії вашої дружини придбавали ось ці корпоративні права.
from what company the company of your wife purchased these ownership rights. Torque Siesta, the name of the company.
Ще якесь питання в цьому
Any
контексті?
other questions in this context, please?
I'm also waiting. I think we don't have more questions from Tatiana, right? Maybe we move to Oleg.
Дякую. Пане Руслане,
Thank you,
продовження
Mr. Ruslan.
запитання
To
пані
continue,
Лаури, по
question asked by
транзакції.
Laura
Сьогодні від
regarding
вас
the
вже
transaction.
прозвучало, коли ми
Today, you have already
розглядали
said,
питання про
when we
посадку
considered the
вашої
question
дружини
about
на
the
суму,
loan
там,
of your wife
420
for the
тисяч
amount
доларів,
of
там також звучало про
$420,000,
ресторанний
you
бізнес.
also said
Скажіть,
and
будь ласка,
mentioned the restaurant
ця
business.
транзакція, вона з тим же ресторанним бізнесом пов'язана?
Does this
Чи це різні
transaction,
питання?
is this transaction related with restaurant business or not?
Це єдиний ресторанний бізнес, так.
Yes, it's
Тобто
the
ви
restaurant
отримали
business.
позику від
So
друзів,
you
як ви
took a loan
сказали,
from your friend,
і
like
ще
you said,
хотіли
and
додатково
after that,
провести цю
additionally,
транзакцію на
you
суму
wanted to
300
make this
тисяч доларів.
transaction for $300,000.
Ми отримали позику від друзів.
Yes, we have received a loan from our
момент
friends.
Ми поки планували свою бізнес-діяльність.
When we
Я
planned
планував
our activity,
частину цієї позики
I planned part of this
дати
loan
іншому товаришу під залог
to
його
give
майна,
my
для
friend
того, щоб він її потім повернув. Але
uh,
ж
using
бізнес ми
his
не
property
профінансували
as a
цей момент.
mortgage, but we did
Тобто,
not
коли ми
finance
відроджували
business at that
бізнес
point.
після
When we
деокупації,
restored business
звичайно,
after
його необхідно було
deoccupation,
профінансувати,
we needed
далі
to
здійснювати
reinvest into
операції
it and to
по
continue
розширенню бізнесу.
our activities as for
Скажіть, будь
expanding
ласка,
our business.
банк загалом надав якусь аргументацію,
Did bank
чому він
provide
вважає
any
таку
explanation, any
транзакцію
arguments
ризиковою?
why it considered this transaction to
Яка
be
взагалі була
suspicious?
позиція банку? Чому
What was
вони
bank's position
хотіли
at
проводити
that
її?
time? Why did they
Знаєте,
block it?
пане Олеже, якби банк надав таку
If
аргументацію,
bank
то, можливо,
had
ми б
provided
вирішили це
this
питання ще до
information,
судового спору.
we would be
До
able to
судового
resolve this
спору від
issue
банку взагалі не
without
було
the
ніякої
court.
інформації. Я
There
навіть
was
не
no
розумів, в чому
information
справа.
provided by the
Перше,
bank.
що я
I had
почув,
no
це
idea what
судді.
happened.
І вони
The only first
висунули
thing I heard
три
from them was in the court.
аргументи.
And they provided three arguments. First, they say that they don't know the source of funds, but I provided information. The first time I came to the bank, I've provided a certificate about my income. I justified that I have funds available and they have verified this information. Secondly, they said that my wife's company seems to be a mock company, which is not true. We have a restaurant in Irpin. It has been working for many years. They could go there and check it. Moreover, when I provided documents, I provided the rent agreement, the licenses to sell cigarettes and alcohol. Additionally, I provided agreements for advertising the restaurant, and all these confirms that the business is real. Also, the agreement to purchase the corporate rights, they tell that also raise doubts. But that agreement has been completed and the rights have been transferred. The private bank presented these arguments in the court, and I have dispelled them. I'm trying to prove that I'm right in my actions. And what about the funds? Were these funds planned for building building the new restaurant? Because as far as I understand, there was a restaurant already. We had a restaurant. We planned to make a network of the restaurants, and in order to make this network, we needed new premises where we could do it. Thank you. It's clear now.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, if we have more questions on this integrity module, I would like to ask you to signal this. Okay, if not, then let's move to the second module of our interview, which deals with professional background and your vision about the future of BES. We start with 5 minutes of you talking to us and convincing us that you are the best candidate for this position. Over to you.
Зараз спробую переконати.
I'll try to convince you. Dear members of the Commission, in my understanding, BES is not just a law enforcement body. It's a systematic coordinator for making our economy healthy. And it has 4 main architectures: law enforcement architecture, anti-corruption, financial, economic, and security. The war shows that without strong economy, no victory is possible. And in order to ensure this strong economy, I put an important 3 tasks, which are dimensional. The first one is to decrease the level of shadow economy. From 40 to 60% of economy, which we have now, I want to decrease to 20%, which will be the average level of the European Union, and Ukraine plans to become a part of European Union next year. Also, fighting corruption. Now we have it at a level of 35%. I want to decrease it. I want to get to the average level like our European neighbors have, and it will develop our economy. The third point is to change the balance of trust. I want to increase it to 30%. This is the level when the society admits the activity of the body being of high integrity and trustworthy. In order to achieve these points, I have developed 3 strategic vectors, and I have developed 3 main documents. First 2 are related to the main function of the BES, the law enforcement and economic activity. I suggest to introduce the comprehensive policy model. It's the comprehensive model developed specifically for BES. It combines strong sides of different models, from classical to modern, from incident and problem-oriented to evidence-based, data-driven, and so on. And I suggest AI-driven policing. I see huge potential of AI in analytical function and monitoring direction, and risk-oriented policy, which will ensure the predictive function of Bureau. Currently, I'm implementing a huge project as to criminal proceeding in all bodies. And many elements of this model I'm using in this particular project. But I think that this model can show the best effective results in BES. Each component can't exist separately. They are interrelated and add additional information in order to enhance the policy, where the investigation, policy, and prevention cooperate and interrelated with each other like a single mechanism. And digital nuclear, I see the information system Cascade is an automated system for criminal analysts and detectives. It ensures all their functions like comprehensive policy meta model, big data, the management of quality and risks, detection of criminal schemes and ties, connecting to state registers, digital reporting. The system ensures transferring of data from one database to other database on a cascade basis. That's why it's called the cascade model. And the third important document has to ensure the introducing the comprehensive model and to increase the corporate capacity, and that is the strategy of transformation. About 120 projects are united into one program. It includes the management policy, the staff capital, digital transformation, effective communication, partnership, and the healthy corporate structure, which has elements on prevention of internal corruption and combating corruption. Each program has elements, context, logic, and passports on each project, and respectively each passport has the description of each project, the key stakeholders, deadlines, timelines, the key risks, and the foreseen financing possibilities, including the sources of funding. It is more than the managerial plan. It's a comprehensive architecture of changes which are called to make Bureau not just an integrity, institutional, independent, but technical and capable body. It has to turn it into a leader of change on each four architectures I've just represented, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Donatas.
Thank you so much. You've been talking a lot about the transparency and corruption. And my question is related to what do you think are the main corruption risks at BES? Can you name one? Not one, let's say 3 main corruption risks.
Насправді в БЕБ вже
In fact, in the BES, there is already work conducted together with the EUEM, and they define several dozens of risks. There are risks of detectives that can abuse their powers. There are risks among analysts who can exercise and implement operational information in the interest of some suspects. There are also risks related to information. So that's pressure on business, that's conduct or failure to conduct specific investigative actions that may harm the business, or on the contrary, allow some corruption scheme or either at customs or in the tax office to function. There are many risks like that.
Okay,
we can
great.
discuss any of them.
So you mentioned some corruption risk related to the analysts, yeah? So to analytical work. Yes, so can you please name some measures how you would reduce that risk?
Є декілька заходів.
There are several measures. The first one, and that is strategic one, in my opinion, everything has to be put inside the information system. The system that I'm developing right now log every action. Even if in the search some information is searched, then it's can be seen who was searching it. Then it allows to conduct internal investigation, and it allows to form the culture where no one will abuse their rights. However, the second issue is even more strategic. That's about the formation of culture. There might be internal systems like whistleblowing or basically the internal system of submitting reports or notifications about a person, a colleague, about whom other colleagues have doubts. In fact, the violation of trust is a serious risk for the organization, its culture, and it's better to inform about that, to get the check and the result of this check, and to restore trust, rather than to go around with doubts so that it would destroy trust and would create a toxic environment in the team. But it's necessary to understand that the team has to properly perceive such notifications, that the colleague has to be open for that. When another colleague is suspecting him of some, I don't know, some possible corruption risk, then this colleague has to be open for such check, and then has to have normal relationship with this colleague. And for that, a lot of work has to be done in terms of the change in culture.
Yes, I understand what you say. So basically, two measures: everything should be in the system, and another one is whistleblowing institute, let's say. But when you've mentioned those corruption risks, so you said that analytics do something wrong or do something corruption-wise. So it's not only about the entering the information into the system, but the analysis analytics provide, there's some kind of rigged, as far as I understood. Is it what you mean as a corruption risk, that analytics provide some corrupt analysis?
Look, here we can develop this idea. If we're talking about analysts specifically, that we can say that the analyst may, let's imagine, may intentionally ignore some information or some risks that should have been transformed into the analytical product to be investigated by the investigator. In this case, AI tools that highlight some risks, but then in the system, according to the business process, nothing is happening with respect to these risks, then it can already give information that there is a potential problem to be checked. Another mechanism is 4I methodology, where we can use several people who work on the same piece of information, and we can change these teams so that they could ensure each other. The other mechanism that I suggest to use is when the analyst will be anonymous with respect to detectives, because quite often detectives should request additional analytical work from analysts. If the analyst and detective know very well, then theoretically there might be the problem of collusion. But if the analyst is anonymous for the detective, then the detective will submit the full request, and the analyst will not only to decrease the risks among analysts, because the detective would be interested in having it transferred, but we use analytics as a prevention method for detective as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Oleg?
Дякую. Насправді я не
Thank
пустив
you.
руку.
In fact, I have not raised my hand because Mr. Donatas asked what I wanted to ask about these mechanisms and measures that Mr. Ruslan would want to use, but let me ask another question then. Mr. Ruslan, which good, positive, professional, and personal qualities you have that maybe the director of the BEB needs? Which I have, or which are lacking for the director? No, which you have in order to be able to really improve the work of the BEB and of the director in general. How can you strengthen, given your personal qualities? Please name these personal qualities. Please stop me when it's enough for you. I have leadership. I am building my system of management based on leadership, and first of all, based on visionary and ethical leadership. I'm building the vision, and I'm informing people so that they share my vision. I'm building not on my own. I'm building together with people so they would support it. I love building teams that are jointly achieving the goal, and I'm coordinating this process. I have responsibility. I have clear understanding of what I have to do and when I have to do, and which resources I need for that, and how I will get them if they are not enough for me. So that's why the sense of responsibility is one of my strengths. I love studying every issue, and I can quickly switch from the strategic level to the detailed level if I have to challenge a specific employee to understand whether this employee really understands his suggestion, where he's aware of all the risks. So I'm ready to be on equal with every employee, and I'm conveying the democratic style. I'm the expert in my sphere. Should I continue? Yes, thank you. That's enough. Thank you, Mr. Ruslan. I believe that really you have these qualities, and that's really required not only by the director of the BAS, but any leader in any team. Thank you.
Laura, I have a
Very
question.
much. Yes. So we have Yuri, then Jim, then myself. Yuri.
Дякую, пане Руслане.
Thank you,
І ваша
Mr. Ruslan.
відповідь.
Thank you for your last response, and the study of your CV shows that you have managerial experience and that you have experience in different spheres. So this experience forces me to ask you the following question. You have huge experience of working in the business sector, the ultimate beneficiary of which is the man whose name has been mentioned several times. And that's not about individuals here. That's about the fact that in your future work, if you become the director of the BAS, you might have conflicts of interest. You might have situations when you will be forced to take measures regarding the business of this man for whom you have worked for many years in your previous capacities. Do you have some mechanisms or safeguards or resources with the help of which you will resolve this conflict of interest? How are you going to resolve it? How are you going to behave in such situations? Can you please tell me? Mr. Yuri, thank you for in-depth and wonderful question. I have no commitments in this direction. I believe that my work has been professional management, and I've performed this work. I got compensation for it, and we have no commitments left, neither in Media Group of Ukraine to me, or me to Media Group, or moreover to SKM or Renato Akhmetov. No matter who that is, if this person is violating the law, and if the jurisdiction of the BAS includes investigation of this, then the BAS will do that. Moreover, there is a wonderful safeguard inside the law and how the BAS is built, because we have detectives inside the team who are procedurally independent. We have the head of the pretrial investigation body who is managing detectives, but at the same time, materials of cases of detectives and what the heads of the pretrial investigation body is doing are not available to the director of the BAS. The director of the BAS has to build the law enforcement model, but this is the man with a strategic vision. That is about the man who will implement reforms. That is about the person who will create the platform so that others could work, so that this person should get resources for others to work. In this context, I have no conflicts of interest, and I am ready to act exclusively within the framework of the law.
Дякую.
Yes, I
Thank
want
you.
to ask a similar question because you may imagine that everybody in BES is probably watching us too, and there are ongoing procedures right now in BES against the companies of Mr. Akhmetov. So yeah, I think you know, giving them an idea of how you view this relationship and this perceived conflict of interest is a good thing. Jim, over to you.
Yes, very impressive discussion of your plan. But we're talking about an agency which is in very bad shape and will require enormous political capital in order to achieve the transformation that you're talking about. That you have to have very extensive buy-in from the stakeholders, including at the very top, some of whom may see this as a threat to the status quo. And how would you build? Do you have that political capital? Would you be able to build that political capital to implement this plan? And if so, how would you go about it?
Я впевнений, що для того,
I'm sure that in order to transform the Bureau of Economic Security, I will have to overcome both external resistance because not many people want to have a new bureau and a new player in the public sector of Ukraine. But similarly, there will be internal resistance because people are used to working the way they work. And not all of them want to change. Some of them feel it as a threat for their personal position. Not all people are bad. I believe in this. I believe that for the majority of people, it's possible to find the proper approach. And if you hear the person, if you understand what's the person concerned about, then you can influence the culture. In my opinion, I am a very good listener. I can hear people well, and I know how to find common language. If we're talking about external agencies that have to be involved, then yes, I'm saying that the Bureau of Economic Security is an element of 4 architectures where we have to build strong ties. In order to build these ties, I would suggest to create common goals, to understand towards which goals these other agencies are moving in the economic, financial sphere, in the anti-corruption sphere, and in the law enforcement sphere. To understand which goals can be our shared goals, to build a common action plan, and then to demonstrate leadership, to implement this action plan on my own and to encourage my partner to implement that. That's a normal partnership position. With respect to the work in the team, similarly, a lot depends on the mood from the top, what will be conveyed by the hub manager, whether the team shares the common goals faced by the best. For them to share these goals, it is necessary to make sure that these goals are born inside the team by team members. When they develop them all together, they believe in them, they are ready to fight for them, and they are ready to work to achieve them. And I'm sure that in every team, there are proper, correct people. I'm sure that there are people in the Bureau of Economic Security. I believe that there are people in the best who want prosperity for this institution and who are ready to personally contribute to its development and growth. And it is necessary to find these people, to see them, and to give them powers to control performance of their tasks.
And just as a follow-up a little bit, given your extensive business interests and so on, would you be prepared to put them in some sort of a blind trust, a hands-off arrangement where you would have absolutely nothing to do with their day-to-day operations and have it turned over to a reliable, independent executor?
Mr. Jim, I will not do any business at all because it would be a conflict of interest. In all the companies that are owned by my family, either my wife is doing that or specialist top management is responsible for that. Those companies have strategic plan for the next 5 years. I've approved it and they will move in that direction. Just for understanding, for almost 6 months, I have not dealt with any business projects inside the companies. I'm fully focused on what has to be done in the Bureau of Economic Security if you take the decision to on my appointment. For the past 6 months, I've been dealing exclusively with these issues. I've been developing documents, I've been building the vision, I'm trying to forecast problems that might exist and which I have not considered before. So all of that will surely function without any influence and interference from my side. I fully aware of how to divide private sector and civil service, and all of my experience shows that I have this opportunity to distinguish between them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, dear colleagues? No. With that, we would like to thank you very much for your presence, Mr. Pahomov, and for the explanations that you have offered to the Commission. I would like to pass you the floor for a final word of maybe 1 to 2 minutes, after which we will conclude the meeting today and we will start again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Over to you.
In conclusion, I would like to focus on what makes me distinguished. I have decided on 3 strategic goals and I have developed a plan on how to achieve these goals. But I have not only the plan, I have the confirmed capacity to implement the plan. I have over 10 years of experience in the law enforcement sphere. I've coordinated international operations. I cooperated with FBI, DIA, Angl, ICE, with German BKA, and with British NCA. I'm admiring operational and investigative activities, but I see my role specifically in building effective law enforcement system following the Western model. I have more than 10 years of experience of C-level positions in corporate structures. I managed teams that are larger than the BES has now. I brought these teams and organizations through crisis situations, through transformations. I centralized functions. I united members of the industry who are competitors around joint values and shared goals. I understand how the economy of a separate enterprise is built, how the economy of the industry is built, and how the economy of the country is built. And I also have consulting experience. For the past 3, almost 4 years, we, together with international partners from the USA and the EU, have been implementing projects of public transformations, the projects of reforms in Ukraine, and I'm proud of them. I have experience of structural diagnostics, of implementing process and project management, change management, and risk management. I'm sure that this 5-year challenge will not be easy. I'm convinced that what will be in reality will be significantly different from what I have on paper. But I know where to move. I know how to do that. I know how to respond to unexpected situations. Also, I have experience that confirms that I really can conduct this large-scale reform, because this will be a large-scale reform indeed. I would like to say that I have energy and I have ambition to change the situation, to break the spine of economic crimes, and to turn the Bureau of Economic Security into a genuine game changer in the Ukrainian national recovery. This feeling and this vision I wanted to share with you today, so that you would believe in this opportunity just like I believe in it. Now I would like to express my gratitude to you, to interpreters. I'm sure that it was not an easy task. Thank you for this interesting experience, for this challenge. And I wish you a lovely evening. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Glory to heroes.
Thank you very much for being with us today. Feel free to disconnect.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, we will resume our work tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Ukraine time. We will hear tomorrow from another group of 6 candidates. I want to thank you very much for your presence. I want to thank the interpreters, our secretariat, and also our technical support for being with us today and for making this possible. I wish you a quiet night, and we'll see each other tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Дякую, на все
Cheers,
добре.
bye.
Thank you.
Побачення.
Goodbye.
Дякую.
Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye.